Good. Yeah. Good afternoon. Welcome to Committee Adjustment. In accordance with the Sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act 1990 as amended, this meeting of Committee Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. Committee Adjustment consider applications for variances from the provisions of the zoning that applies to property, permission to extend or alter lawful non-conforming uses, or consent to serve a property to create new lots. My name is Yin Chen. I will be chairing today's meeting, and I'd like to also introduce our panel members. From my far left is Ms. Lasila West and Mr. Larry Clay, and also Mr. Ryan Bisnet. Online joining us is Mr. Dylan Reed, and our Deputy Secretary Treasurer also got a cold, so she will be joining us online, Ms. Sabrina Salatino. And I also would like to acknowledge the land that we are meeting is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississauga of Credit, the Anasabi and Chippewa, and the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is under Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Committee of Adjustment public hearings are now conducted in a hybrid in-person and virtual format. Some applicants or participants will make their submissions in person, and some other will participate virtually by electronic means, such as WebEx, and an online digital platform. These meetings are also streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel, and anyone wishing to view the hearing may watch on YouTube. Those who want to participate virtually and have registered in advance will be connected with their computer, tablet, smartphone, or telephone, and have options of participating through video or audio only. All virtual participants will automatically be muted on entry. When your item is called, will be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. We ask that you also mute your devices until you're called to speak. Those participating by video appearance will be temporarily upgraded to panelists when your item is being held. During this time, your camera will be enabled, and you will also be visible during your 5 minutes speaking time. At all other times, your video will be disabled, and you will be reinstated as attendee. For both in-person and virtual participants, Committee Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline. Those participating through WebEx are not allowed to use share screen or any other panelist control. The host will remove you from the panelist role if you fail to respect this instruction. People attending, how to receive a decision of the committee. People attending in person today who want to receive a copy of the decision of an application must fill out the decision request card, and those participating virtually need to submit a written request for a decision by email. Please ensure that you include your name, address, and email address, because the Committee Adjustment and the TLAB will be sending notifications and appeal updates by email. And if you do not agree with the decision of the committee, you may be able to appeal the decision to the Toronto local appeal body, or in some limited circumstances, to the Ontario Land Tribunal. However, the provincial government amended the Planning Act and generally removed rights of the third parties to appeal Committee Adjustment decisions. Only the applicant, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, specified person, and public bodies, such those terms were defined in the Planning Act, are permitted to appeal decision of the Committee Adjustment. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee. And the hearing procedure is such: I will call each item in the order listed on the agenda. When the applicant is not contested, the agent or the applicant may proceed with the presentation if desired. When the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may ask questions and/or take the matter into committee for decision. Each speaker, including the applicant or agent, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee, and I will comment when you're approaching your 5 minutes. Any presentation or other material you wish to submit to the committee must have been emailed in advance of the hearing. Staff and committee members cannot accept material during the hearing. When addressing the committee, please clearly state your name and address. Please remember to confine your remark to the matters on the application. The applicant or agent will proceed first and make a presentation to the committee. Please note that the committee may not entertain revisions to proposal at the hearing today. The committee may decide to defer the application if substantially revised to ensure that the revision is accurate and that all those entitled to notice of the application are informed of the changes. The individuals, either in support or opposed to the application, will be invited to speak. Generally, we will ask people in the hearing room first, and then we will go online, the web as speakers. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they have finished the presentation. When all speakers are finished, the applicant have the opportunity to rebut only those issues that were raised by the speakers. This will mark the end of the discussion. The application then will be taken into committee for decision. And this is the whole procedure for hearing. So in the afternoon session, the first item is number 19, ABC. Address is 23 WAYLAND Avenue. This is to construct a new. Oh, yes, I forgot that part. Yes, we did it in the morning. Yeah, I would like to ask the panel members or the staff whether they have declarations of interest in any of these afternoon items. No? No? No. Okay, now we proceed with 19 ABC, 23 WAYLAND Avenue. And this
Sorry, through you, Madam Chair.
Yes.
It's Sabrina Salatino.
Yes.
Good afternoon. Just to confirm, we don't have any files that need to be closed this afternoon, and I don't see any deferrals for this afternoon's hearing.
Okay, thank you for all the friendly reminder. And now can we go, well, we're back to 19A. Yeah, this is to obtain consent to serve the property into 2 residential lots. And I think with part 1, 2, 3, and 4 will be a new 2-story, sorry, it's a new 3-story detached dwelling. And part 6 and, sorry, part 6 and 7 is another 3-story detached dwelling. So for this, we have received a survey, site plan, floor plan elevations, and revised site plan, floor plan elevations. And the red line, there's a change for the public notice, and 18 photographs of the property, cover letter from the agent, corresponding also from the agent, and context map. Lot frontage study from the agent. And we received email from community planning, staff report from urban forestry and community planning. And we received letter of concern from 52 Marvin Avenue, and we received oppositions, quite a few number of oppositions from Marvin Avenue, from WAYLAND Avenue, and there's about 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 opposition letter, and also we've received the last one is for number 48 Marvin Avenue. Yeah. So I think that we are ready for the applicant. Yes, please.
Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Michael Manette from M-Plan Inc. I'm the agent and a planning consultant for the application. The application, there's three parts. There's a consent application to create 2 lots.
Yes.
As well as a minor variance for application for each of the 2 lots. The planning justification report was filed in September, and I just wanted to make a note that since the time of the application, PPS 2024 came into effect, which had an impact on the number of variances required. And also through extensive discussions with staff over the last probably 6 weeks, we've eliminated a number of potential variances. And I just wanted to clarify, it was my intention to indicate which variances can be eliminated.
Yes.
Is that considered a change to the plan? Because in the past, we've been able to do that.
Yes, yes, I think so. We should go through the changes first, yeah.
Okay, so first of all, with respect to the consent application, I just wanted to advise there are no variances required for lot area or lot frontage.
Okay.
And as we understand it, there is no opposition from any of the city departments, and I don't believe we saw opposition from the neighbors for the actual consent application. Most of the concerns were with the variances. So I would like today to request that the consent application, which is B0062/TEY, be approved subject to the conditions that are outlined in the, I believe we have from planning, and forestry has conditions with respect to trees. So, and the standard conditions from engineering that would apply. So the request, and just so I can summarize, that the planning report outlines, and that's on page 7, that the section 5124 requirements of the Planning Act have been met. And because there's no concerns raised, I would request that regardless of the decision on the variances today, that we get approval for the consent application.
Yes.
Okay.
And I think that there's some changes, if you can go through that, is for 19B, you're deleting variance 5, and 19C, you're deleting variance number, I believe, number 6.
Yeah, now, what I'm also going to request for the North Lot A, which is application A900, or A0900, we eliminate variances 3, 6, and 8.
Oh, okay. 3, there's the 8?
Yeah, that's, I just want to...
Yeah.
The applicant just read those into the record so that
Yes.
knows what variances he's removed.
Okay.
Yes.
So if we go to, that's the North Lot A, and that's the application A0900.
Yes.
The variance number 3 is related to the roof eaves.
Okay.
Where a setback, it was indicated that the new dwelling will be located 0 meters from the side lot line. That has, we would like to eliminate that because the drawings indicate the setback is 0.4 meters, which is the side yard setback.
Okay.
And then going to variance number 6, that was requested by staff, and that deals with the height. I believe the most current drawings you have on the file eliminate the height variance for the additional suites at the back, and we're now meeting the requirement of 6.3 meters, so the roof was reduced. And then the other one is variance number 8, and that's the provision of bicycle parking spaces within the garden suite. And those have been the plans have been updated, but they weren't updated in time to file them because we just got the comments on last Thursday and Friday. But we're requesting that that be eliminated. There will no longer be a need to have a variance for the bicycle parking because those will now be in the drawings.
I have to stop you a little bit only because I have slightly different numbering from our agenda. I'm not too sure whether we should just go based on our agenda. Number 19, we only have 7 variances.
No, we're talking about C, 19C.
C.
So, see, I understand, but I thought that B, he also is making revisions on B, 19B.
No, I'm just dealing with the 0900 file right now.
which is 19C.
Yeah, I know, so we're doing it
He's doing
reverse.
reverse, yeah.
Oh, okay, so that's why I'm a little bit
We
confused,
have
yeah,
property
yeah.
A, property
Because
B.
I
No
like
worries.
to, I always go to the ascending order. Okay, so we were talking about C, I understand, okay.
So with the reduction in height, is your coverage variance change at all?
No.
Okay.
So that's, okay, 19C, we're deleting variance 3 and 6, okay. And then, let's go back then to 19B.
Okay, so-
Oh, can I just a question of
899?
clarification?
Yeah.
Sorry, can I have a question of clarification? For number 3, the roof eaves, does that mean there aren't any eaves? Like you said you're removing variance number 3 from 19C, right?
No, the eaves are set back, the required setback. So
But
there's no-
normally the eaves extend beyond the wall, right? That's why we have separate variances for them.
That's
So
correct.
are you saying that there's these roof eaves do not actually extend beyond the wall?
The eaves have been removed or moved back so they comply with the setback of 0.4. That doesn't show on the current plans you have on file, but as requested from staff, we've done that in updated plans, which will be filed after today. We tried to file them, and
Okay.
we didn't meet the deadline for the other day. So there have been a number of changes to the plans, which we tried to file, but those plans, so what may be appropriate is if we can deal with the consent today, we may have to adjourn so we can come back with the revised plans unless the variances are accepted, and then, of course, we're required to meet those with the bylaw, and when the plans are filed, they would acknowledge that. So
I think we can do that afterwards, you will revise the plan, only because you're deleting them. So it's easier to, I mean, that will not make any
Through-
confusion, right? Yeah,
Through you, Madam Chair.
yes.
Just for point of clarification, if the applicant is to submit revised plans after this hearing, you will not have the chance to review those plans. So the revised plans would ultimately, if committee is to approve this application, it would be before Toronto Buildings at the permit stage, right? As long as the plans are reflecting the amended variances today.
I think that if some kind of change or reduction, that will be harder for us to see. But if it's a deleting.
But there is a issue, planning condition is asking us to tie it to plans,
Yeah.
right? So we can't tie it, frankly, we can't tie it to plans we don't have.
That's-
Sabrina, is that,
could they be done?
how can we navigate that condition?
Yes, so through you, Madam Chair, what's happening is that community planning is requesting tying to elevation plans. So you could probably still impose those conditions on the elevations, but not the site plan, if certain things are being amended. I just want to point out that any revised plans, the committee will not be seeing after today. It would be revised plans that are submitted to Toronto Buildings for permit if the committee is to approve the application.
But Chair, so just so I understand, so the applicant is proposing to change the elevation plans to shorten the roof eaves. And so we can't tie it to the elevation because we don't have the elevation with the change to the eaves before us.
But what we can see is that if it does not have.
Through you, Madam Chair, we can't hear you. Can you please turn on your microphone?
Yes, sorry. What I'm trying to say, since he's deleting that variance, we will know that the revised plan will not show the eaves is sticking out, because it does not have that variance. We deleted it, right? That's the only thing that I think we can.
Yeah.
And then we do.
It's complicated.
Yeah, and then we do not tie
Through
it
you,
to
Madam
the
Chair.
elevations.
Through you, Madam
Yeah.
Chair. the other option is if for 19C, which is Lot A, file number A0900/24TEY, if the applicant is removing variances 3, 6, and 8, if you are to tie it to the elevation plans, there can be some terminology about elevation plans, but not including the eaves projection,
Okay, yeah,
right? Yeah.
that makes sense. Okay.
So is still okay to hear this today? Okay.
For you, Madam Chair, yes.
Okay, let's go then. Yeah, please continue.
Okay, thank you. And so if, in a similar manner, for the South Lot B, which is A0899, we're requesting to eliminate variances 3, 5, and 7. And I can go through those very quickly. They're basically the same ones. So, and they deal with the roofie projection again, the height of the building, which has been reduced, so we can eliminate that one, and then also dealing with the parking spaces within the garden suite.
Okay. Thank you. So, thank you. That's clear, though, all the changes, right? All right. So,
And if I can, I know we're short of time today, so I'm going to try and speed this up for you as much as I can. And with respect to the conditions with the urban forestry on A0900, there was conditions 2 and 3, and with 0899 Lot B, there was condition 2. We support the condition, those conditions. And as I indicated, the ones related to from development engineering deal with the addresses and providing plans and the normal conditions. We would accept those as well. What I wanted to, and I may hold most of my other comments to respond to the concerns raised by the residents, because what we've done over the last week, having received those, is to try and deal with all of those. And I can address those in my response back if you prefer.
Yes.
So I think just the brief description of the application is to create 2 new houses and 2 garden suites on 2 lots, severed from an original large lot. And the interesting thing is it's called a garden suite because it's on a private lane, but we do have access from that lane for parking. The reason that we have required some variances for the garden suite is because it has a garage below the unit. And therefore, it's slightly larger in order to provide the internal stairway to get up to the unit, and also to provide for the 2 cars, and then there's space inside also for the designated bicycle parking based on the dimensions required. And some of the other issues that were raised by staff that we've addressed, but they're not related to variances, is to provide a walkway from the garbage area up to the street. And that has to be, and that would be done with permeable pavers. And then there was also a requirement to indicate the length and distance from a hydrant to the front door of the garden suite, which we've also done. So I can address those later, but those don't relate to the variances or the consent itself.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Just one quick question before we go to the speakers.
Yes.
One of the common concerns that we read through all the opposition was that there was no consultation, that you or your client didn't reach out and have discussions with the neighbors prior to this application. Can you just comment on that?
I did talk to my client about that, and he indicated that he failed to do that, and he's not a resident. He actually owns the apartment to the north, and he may have had some discussion once, I think, with one of the neighbors to say he was planning to do something, but other than that, he did not have that, and I was not directed or advised to have any discussions on his behalf. So that did not occur, and
Okay.
Unfortunately, that's the situation. Of course, today's meeting is the actual formal public meeting where the input can be received and we can respond to it.
Okay.
Yeah, all right, so thank you very much. Let's have the other speakers then. Let's get the first one then. Hi, hello. Good afternoon. Yes. Give us your first and last name and your address.
Okay, good afternoon, Madam Chair, and thank you to you and the committee for your time and for efficiency. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, and thanks to you and the committee for your time. For efficiency's sake, if I may, I would just like to read from my notes. And first of all, I trust the committee members have read my letter of objection and those of my neighbors, and also reviewed the supporting photos. So that appears to be my letter there, and if need be, we can refer to it. But I'll just read on now. My name is John McCurdy. I have resided for over 22 years as owner on title of 56 Melbourne Avenue, which is directly east of the North Lot A in the property severance plan for 23 Wayland Avenue. Situated across a private, unpaved laneway used by dozens of neighbors, and it's unassumed by the city. It is approximately 10 feet, 6 inches wide, or about 3 meters at that location. Most of my concerns leading to my letter of objection to these variances, which I do not consider to be minor, are shared by my neighbors with specific regard to the proximity of the two proposed two-car garages with garden suites above. The North Lot A will affect me most in terms of eliminating direct sunlight into my home and onto my yard, critically during spring and autumn, as well as in terms of the permanent loss of privacy due to large windows planned to overlook my backyard from just 3 meters away, as noted in the photos submitted in my letter voicing objection. I also share my neighbors' concerns about the navigation of 4 vehicles attempting to park in such narrow spaces due to the plan's minimal setbacks from the lane on the subject property's east side. That's to my west. With regard to the planned setbacks on the east side, I'm anxious that because the lane is private, the designated bylaw seems to me to be less than effective in achieving its intent here. To be specific, in South Lot B, it appears to be within the setback rules, but that's only because the property line on Lot B is actually near the center of the laneway. So there has been no regard to a setback with regard to that. It's only there's an anomaly on the North Lot, Lot B, that there is an incursion onto the setback, which is now designated as one of the variants. So to me, both garages are too close to the laneway, but it's only on the North Lot B that the bylaw seems to be invariant. So I'm not sure if that's clear, but on the plan you can see to the top right-hand corner of that site plan, there's a piece of the property is not covered in the diagram because it is not owned by the current owner. I'm not sure if that makes sense to you, but it's the unshaded area in the upper right corner of the 2 lots. So with that regard, that's why there is a setback variant. The south lot, it doesn't show that because the property line is well into the center of the laneway. So that now becomes a matter of measurement. That is, the two are not congruent, but I'm just pointing out the fact that the setback alone does not guarantee free passage on that laneway. My point is that surely this bylaw is not designed to allow a structure to be built in the middle of a private laneway shared by dozens of neighbors, any more than the bylaw would be for an assumed laneway. So to me, the passage in the laneway is very critical. Finally, noting Saturday's snowfall and today's coming snowstorm, I submit that the proximity of these buildings to the laneway will pose a significant problem with removal of accumulated snow. Also, with no sewers in the dirt laneway, the applicant's planned reduction of exposed permeable soil to absorb snow melt and rain runoff, there should be some designated grading or drain pipes or even a holding tank to ensure that water from the garden suite roofs is directed to the city sewers on Wayland Avenue and not into a dirt lane that is all of 3 meters wide. So for these reasons, and the reasons stated in my letter, and the reasons shared by my neighbors in their letters of objection, I implore the committee to deny this application.
Thank you. Any question to the speaker? Yeah.
If I could, I'm just trying to understand the concern you have with the jog in the lot line and the laneway access.
Well, this is not a matter for me to suggest there's something wrong, other than I'm pointing it out, and perhaps this is not even relevant to a committee of adjustment, but the bylaw talks about a setback to, obviously, to ensure passage in a laneway.
Right.
But with these private lots, many of them, their property lines extend right to the center of the laneway and shared by the neighbor on the other side of the laneway, also extended to the center. So in essence, when one decides to build a property on the laneway, even if they're encroaching the very edge of the laneway, they don't appear to be creating any bylaw incursion because they're within the property line, but they're well into the laneway, or at least on the edge of the laneway. So this is where I'm only stating for your reference that the bylaw itself is not completely ensuring the passage in that laneway.
Private laneway, or is there a legal agreement that
It's an unassumed lane, and from my understanding over the 22 years I've been here, people have tried to get the city to assume it, but it's very narrow at the entrance. There's not enough room for passage for fire prevention. There's no sewage. It's a dirt lane. You know, it's very poor traction, potholes and whatnot. But that's another issue entirely. But it's very difficult to navigate, and you add snow to it and ice and
Right.
whatnot. It's not maintained by anyone other than the residents that care to make it navigable.
right? Okay, thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Any more question to the speaker? Mr. Wee, any question? No? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next one then. And we'll
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Neil Rogers, N-E-I-L, Rogers, R-O-D-G-E-R-S. I am the registered owner of 48 Malvern Avenue, along with my spouse, Diane MacArthur Rogers. We have lived at this address for 25 years. Our home is located on the east side of the laneway and directly behind the property in question. It's regrettable that it took today for the applicant to come and change elements of the application. I would suggest to you that many of the residents who have filed letters of opposition are not acutely familiar with how the committee does its business and how the city does its business. So I think there will be a lot of confusion with respect to some of my neighbors who have filed letters of objection. And I'd like to go on the record to say that. The applicant filed these applications in October of last year and has had ample opportunity to consult with us prior to and even today. I'm in full support of the letters of objection from our neighbors. I have filed a comprehensive submission along with an exhibit, which is in your materials, and I trust you have read it carefully. I wish to speak to the application's reasonableness and desirability, two of which are the tests under Section 45 of the Planning Act. As you are aware, all 4 tests of the Act must be met for each variance. I submit to you that there remain multiple variances for each of Lot A and B and do not meet all 4 tests. The term minor, according to several authoritative dictionaries, is one that is lesser or comparatively small in size or importance. This may suggest that a variance can be more than minor for reasons being it is either too large to qualify or considered minor, or that it is too important to be considered minor. As to the test of desirability, the determination in your judgment, I submit, is not whether the variances sought are desirable from the applicant's perspective, but whether the variance is desirable from the principles of good planning and the standards of meeting the public interest and applicable law. Your decision should also judge if the applicant's relief being sought is based on need or hardship relative to the existing conditions of the property and the contextual fabric of adjacent properties. The applicant and/or its affiliates own both 23 and 27 Wayland. To achieve the lot frontage bylaw standard, to create the severed lot, Lot A being the north lot, they are appropriating a portion of 27 Wayland being Part 1, 3.98 meters. Obtaining a minor variance should be a special privilege and granted amongst meeting the Section 45 test in the absence of need or hardship. Many of the variances being applied for, in my respectful opinion, which is shared by many of my neighbors, are being requested because the applicant is establishing an overbuild of the site for the proposed structures. Given that the applicant has an existing oversized lot, which is not disputed, is reducing the lot size of 27 Wayland, I would submit there was ample opportunity for his advisors to counsel on preparing an application that provided for appropriate and reasonable infill residential lots compliant with the zoning bylaw. The applicant has also sought relief for both the garages and garden suites, with the latter expressly being permitted as policy of the city. However, better site planning principles should have been exercised to avoid the quantum of variances applying to the garden suites, which, as proposed, are not desirable given their overbuild, compounded by the condition of 10 windows and the invasion of privacy so close to the Malvern Avenue properties in particular. Simply said, the garden suites as designed and planned create a context not desirable for the neighborhood. I also encourage you to consider the issues noted in my exhibit number 1. All of these create potential conditions that are neither appropriate or desirable and should be addressed or should have been addressed by City Planning and Public Works or incorporated as conditions of approval. In summary, the application and the applicant in our submission is maximizing well beyond the intent of the zoning bylaw. There is no need or hardship being demonstrated in these variances. And as such, collectively, the variances are not in the interest of good planning and fail to meet the tests of Section 45(1) of the Planning Act. These applications should be denied in their present form. Thank you.
Thank you. Any question to this? Yes, we do.
I just have a quick one. So you are behind and a little bit south of this proposal.
Yeah, kind of like kitty corner.
Right. And just, you'll forgive me, I'm just looking at the satellite view. You mentioned concern about overlook in the windows. It would appear that there are a number of trees that would be between your property and the proposal, or not?
I believe there are, if you look at the photographic evidence that I provided in my exhibit, you would see it there as well, sir. But there are a number of trees. I couldn't tell you the number. None on the applicant's property.
No, but I guess my question is, does that shield you and your neighbors a little bit?
No, because they are not that tall. They would be shorter than where the height of the windows are, in my opinion.
Okay. Okay. Thanks.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. Any other questions? Yeah, I do have one quick question. You do mention that it will unnecessarily create hardship if this development is allowed to proceed. I do not hear the specific hardship. Besides this, maybe a
Let me
privacy-
phrase it this way.
Yeah. Good.
Many of the applications that come before the Committee of Adjustment are existing conditions where you have homes on either side or on opposite property lines, and the size of the lot and the context of the fabric of the neighborhood do not provide for the space that this applicant had. Okay? So when I use the term hardship as meaning the addition or whatever is being created, doesn't have the luxury of space on the lot.
Oh, I see.
And that's what I would consider under the terms need and hardship.
Oh,
You cannot.
You think that is overdeveloped
Correct.
on that site?
Correct.
The
So
size of the
the
site?
point that I was trying to make, Madam Chair, is the house is a very old home. It has gone into a state of disrepair. We do not disagree that it is an opportunity to create a more, to beautify the streetscape, if I can call it that way. And that's why nobody really contested the consent application, as the agent suggested. So I acknowledge that. But they had effectively a blank sheet of paper.
I see. Okay.
And they went from lot line to lot line on both the north and the south sides, and they did the same thing with the garden suites. So I might have site planned it a lot better.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. No more question to this speaker, right? So let's have the next one. Thank you, please.
Mike, you've been unmuted. Hello, Mike, can you hear us?
Oh, yeah, here I am, yeah. Yes, I'm located immediately east of the two proposed houses. And without getting into my detailed presentation,
Chair?
No, what is your address? Yes, I said, yeah, can you give us your address for our record?
I'm located at 52 Malvern, so I
Okay.
am next door to Neil, who just spoke.
Yes, 50.
And I'm directly behind the two dwellings that are being proposed, and the existing fence line that is basically right up to the lane. And this is the constriction point that Neil and John previously talked about, 10 feet wide and very narrow. And now I'm faced with garden suites that are going to look directly into my yard and directly into my kitchen, which has giant picture windows, and likewise my bedroom suites up above. I'm not looking forward to any garden suites, really. I think those garden suites and the garage need to be pushed back into the lot so that they're not constricting the laneway, and the windows need to be reduced in size so that they're not providing privacy problems for me and my neighbors. Those are my key points, and I think likewise my photographs that show the snowfall and the wheel tracks show that it is very narrow there, and putting garden suites right up into that lane would be a problem. I think those garden suites need to move back, and likewise the garages. If they need to look into anybody's area, they should look into their own property. I think that's about all I have to say right now. Thank you very much.
All right, yeah. Yeah, I can understand that. That
Are there any questions I could answer?
I just want to check that. Any question to this speaker before we move to next? Oh, Or do we have question? Okay, well, next speaker then, yes.
Hello, Tim, you've been unmuted. Can you please clarify if you're speaking on behalf of Deborah Shore as well, since you're both listed as the same address?
I am indeed speaking on behalf of both of us. We're both here together, actually. So as with John and Neil, who presented earlier, and Bob as well, or Mike as well, I just wanted to kind of speak from some reference notes, some of the concerns that we share, but also some unique ones. So my name is Tim. Myself, my partner Deborah, and our children reside at 19 Wayland Avenue, which is the property immediately south of 23 Wayland, which is the subject property. We've owned our home here for 12 years, and we've lived in this neighborhood for approximately 20 years. We filed a detailed summary of our objections outlining our concerns with each specific variance cited, so we trust you've reviewed those tables fully, along with the submissions from 10 other neighbors, 11 in total, I believe, submissions. However, we'd like to take this opportunity to highlight a number of both general and specific issues for your attention. At a general level, our concerns lie primarily with the scale and size of the structures being proposed. The developer, under direction of the owner, has clearly decided to not only maximize the possible footprint of both the primary and the laneway structures, but has gone beyond the limits imposed by current bylaws and extended the structures to a scale that can only be described as unnecessary overdevelopment. In their submitting to the Committee of Adjustments, when asked why it is not possible to comply with the current zoning conditions, the only reason provided was, and I quote, "The variances provide for modern homes on the 2 new lots, while also enabling the construction of a new form of rental housing in the form of 2 garden suites, which are de facto laneway suites." This describes what the developer intends to attempt, but it does not provide a reason why the creation of this housing could not have been accomplished within existing zoning constraints. So I realize that late breaking at the start of this session, we have the developer pledging to remove a number of the variances, and with revised plans pending, I realize that will cause some confusion and revision, but I'll speak to things as they stood. Our greatest concerns lie, of course, with the Lot B structure, which will be immediately adjacent to us. Due to the non-compliant depth and width of this structure, the dwelling would be a mere 40 centimeters from our property line, blocking any natural light that we currently enjoy, impacting our privacy and potentially disrupting our foundational structure in the course of construction. Similarly, the proposed variance for eaves troughs puts them at 0 centimeters from the property line. We've just heard where they plan to retract that. It's still not clear to me whether that's going to be done by retracting the eaves to the edge of the building, or if the whole building is coming in to remove that variance as well. But certainly the eaves trough, as they were presented at 0 centimeters from the property line, presents challenges with water and snow runoff, as well as potential fire hazard and maintenance between, a very narrow maintenance between the properties. There's no reason why these structures could not be designed within the current legal limits. The variances are therefore neither minor nor desirable, and certainly don't maintain the intent and purpose of the city's zoning code and official plan. Another concern is just with the substantial number of variances being pursued. I believe the initial design had apparently 26 variances. Through various revisions, we were down to a little over a dozen, with maybe a few more removed today, in addition to the severance request. So the extreme number of variances being sought speaks to the aggressive overdevelopment being pursued. The accommodation of these variances, many of which are at the greatest possible extreme, like 0 centimeter clearance, would imply that the zoning laws can be ignored and would set an unfortunate precedent that would impact the character of the neighborhood. And then finally, another concern is just the lack of consultation by either the owner or the developer. The owner did mention in passing a number of years back that he intends to develop the property, and we certainly don't oppose any general improvements, given that the current structure and tenants are also a concern. However, no further details were provided, and the letter from the committee was our first exposure to the specifics of the development. Last week, a few days after the letters of objection were filed by 11 neighbors, we did get an informal call from the owner, who claimed a lack of awareness of the process or details, as he had delegated the design and the development to M-Plan, the developer, and the representative Mike Manet that we heard from earlier. But we recommend that before any further revisions to design and associated applications are pursued, that the developer engage more fully with the neighborhood. There's clearly a good deal of concern from a number of members of the community. This could have been avoided with further consultation. So in short, I know that I speak for many others in the community when we stress that the extreme number, nature, and degree of variances being sought here stretch well beyond the limits of reasonable development and do not meet the 4 tests for variances as outlined by the city. We therefore strongly recommend the committee reject these applications for variance and require the owner and developer to revise their design to align with the zoning code at minimum and in consultation with the neighborhood.
Thank you. Any question to this speaker? No? Yeah. Can I have the next? Yeah.
Colleen, you've been unmuted.
Yes, thank you. So my name is Colin Kelly Marins, and I live at 18 Wayland Avenue with my spouse, H. Roy Marins, and we are probably kitty corner to the lot that they're, where this is being, this proposal. Many of the speakers before me have said it very, very well. I'm not going to go over everything because I'm sure time's at limit, but basically from our perspective, we see this as an overbuild on the site. The lack of consultation with the neighborhood could have been helpful in resolving some of the variances. The issue that the developer is saying that these are minor variances, which upon study of the proposal seems quite the opposite. He is building to maximize the amount of space to make maximum probably amount of dollars. So my perspective shares what everybody else is saying, that this application should be denied and that it should go back to the drawing board and have another look, and they must start thinking about consulting with the neighbors. We've all had concerns about what it is that they've been doing, and that would be one place to start. So that's really all. That's what I want to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any question to this speaker? No? Okay. Mr. Wade, no. Why? Okay.
Through you, Madam Chair, there's no more speakers.
Okay, there's no more speaker. Let's bring back the applicant, and you'll get 5 minutes to deliver your rebuttal, please. Yeah.
Thank you. Just for clarification, we are the agent and planning consultant, but we're not the developer. The developer is the actual owner of the property. And they also own the property to the north at 27 and 29, just for clarification of that as well. There's a couple of issues that I think we were attempting to resolve, and I would agree that discussion would be useful. And as I said in my initial comments, what I would desire today is to have the consent application approved, and then if we were to come back to deal with the variances at a future meeting, we could then probably have an opportunity to meet with the residents to discuss those specific things. Well, with respect to the windows on the laneway suite?
Oh, sir, can I just interject? Are you requesting a deferral?
Only with respect to the variances. Or
Okay.
I wouldn't say an adjournment, I guess, is, I'm not sure.
No. What I think you're asking for, you want approval for the consent.
Because there's no concerns.
And in terms of splitting the lots and assembling your properties, but you're looking to defer consideration of the variances for the 2 lots, subject to further consultation with the neighbors. Is that what I'm hearing?
I think, from what I've heard today and from the discussion we had early on about having to create conditions in order to deal with it, we've already prepared revised plans, but we tried to submit them and they said you didn't meet the deadline to address the concerns you've heard today. So rather than figuring out wording for conditions that might work, it would be easier to be able to show the revisions we've made. For instance, the key issue about the windows on the laneway suite, we've revised those to make very small windows higher up, so that eliminates that issue.
Do we have those in front of us, those plans?
I was not allowed to provide them. I had them
Sorry,
with me.
can I intercept because I waited for my comment? It's on this request. I would like to will defer to our Deputy Secretary's Treasurer's comment, because in cases like this, we often will hear the servants with the proposed together, so that we know if it's server, then we know what is being proposed that is, parallel. So very seldom we'll separate the hearing. Ms. Saratino, can you give your weight in on this, please? Yeah.
Sure. Through you, Madam Chair, the committee either hears all three applications today or defers all three applications, and then it is scheduled for another hearing date. We're not going to separate the applications.
Okay, so that's why I sort of intercept that the idea is either hear three together or defer the whole thing. But I'd like to also weigh in, maybe a deferral might be beneficial to you and also to the neighbors around, because I see that actually I'm not going to comment on the overall development because I think that's got a lot of potentials, but I think that the lack of consultation is really frustrating for the neighbors, only because you understand they do not have a right to appeal. That's the only chance during consultation that they can actually express their concern. And there's some concern that I thought that can be resolved easily because they're not very major about privacy, and probably you can resolve it during consultation, that kind of thing. I think maybe it's beneficial for the project. That's my opinion, and we'd like to hear our panel of members.
In the old days, we used to go outside and resolve them. We can't do that anymore. I understand there's a different system now.
I think the issues you've got in front of you may take more than a hallway conversation.
Right. Okay. But so if I can request a deferral, but I'd like to have a set date for that, so that puts us all into a time frame that's reasonable.
Oh, that's not, we can again deter to our Deputy Secretary.
Through you, Madam Chair, we don't do that. Right, it would be deferred today. When you're ready to be scheduled, you'll contact the application technician, and then you'll be scheduled for the next available hearing date.
So you're requesting a deferral?
I mean, I could ask for a decision today, but I don't think that's in anybody's best interest. We want to avoid unnecessary hearings, of course, if we don't have to have them. So I think it's better for the community, and it's better for keeping good relations with everybody and having a positive process, that I'll request the deferral. And as part of that, perhaps there can be some direction that the applicant or his agent meet with the neighbors, and perhaps we can appoint somebody that we can have that connection with, so we can create the ability to have the meeting, because that isn't always as easy to do if you have different neighbors. If they can have a spokesperson to meet, that we can be directed to meet with, something like that, or we can arrange that today.
Okay, thank you. So as a deferral request is being asked, okay, I would like to go back to the previous speakers. Just whether you will support a deferral request.
Before we defer, can I ask some questions of the applicant? So, sorry, I have a question about the side yard setback. I noticed that there's a lot of space between the two buildings that you're proposing. There's 2.4 meters, I believe. So I'm just wondering why there's so much space there, and why some of that can't be closer together to give more space to the neighbor for the side yard setback.
I would think that would be more appropriate for us to have a discussion off of your time, not
so
during the
I
meeting.
mean, you can take note. I think that's a good point. But what Mr. Reid, now we actually, there's a request for deferral.
Oh, is
So-
that
No, but I
Mr.
think
Reid?
it's important.
Yes, that's why I think that he should take note on that. When they go through the consultation, they should revisit that point. I think it's a very good point that you observe.
But if
So-
that's Mr. Reid, though,
I think that now, because he's requesting a deferral, let's focus on that, and then we see other people wait, because the other speakers that we haven't asked their opinion whether they support the deferral or not. Let's go back to ask anyone who have spoken before whether they will support or object the deferral request. Can you come up and just say that you support, or very quickly, just the deferral request, not anything else, please, yeah. Do you support or oppose the deferral?
I consulted with my neighbor, John McCurdy. I ask you to do the same thing to the other two speakers who are
Yes,
on the
yeah,
line.
I
Thank you
will,
very
yeah.
much. We would support the deferral.
Okay, thank you very much, yes. Can we connect with the people who are online to ask their opinion on the deferral?
Mike here, yes, I'll support the deferral.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Tim and Deb here. Yes, we support the deferral.
Okay, thank you. So there's another one.
I agree. I support the deferral. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And then there seems to be a lot of support for the deferral. So we have a motion for that. Please, yeah. Yeah, Mr. Bissonnette, yes.
I make a motion to defer
Yeah, for the reason for the more consultation, right?
or consultation with neighbors.
Okay, defer.
And Pete, can we also incorporate and to consider
Who's
revisions to
speaking?
the plan?
Mr. Reed speaking? Okay. All right.
I think what he's saying is, in addition to consultation, consider some changes to the plan along the lines he's heard today.
Okay, yes. All right, thank you. So anyone
No,
No, it's our order. Sorry, we are already looking at the defer. So do we have a second on this motion? Ms. West, second? And all in favor of deferral? All in favor, it's deferred. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you. Yeah. So next item is number 160 St. Patrick's Street, and it's 12931 McCall Street and 296 Dundas Street West. This is to obtain consent to stratify servants into 3 separate ownership and to create various easement or right-of-way within the 32 mixed-use redevelopment to maintain existing easement and right-of-ways. We received copy of survey, site plan, floor plan elevations, draft survey, and also cover letter from the agent and decision affecting the property, and email corresponding from the agent and Arbor's report, easement plans and planning rationale by the agent, presentation material by the agent, and comments from engineering, construction and engineering, and we have that's all we have received. And do we have any opposition on this file? Is there any speaker besides the agent?
Through you, Madam Chair, we have the agent here in person and one speaker in support online.
In support on, okay, thank you. All right, we're ready.
Hi there, Madam Chair and committee members. My name is Claire Ricker, agent on behalf of the applicant. My address is 3 Church Street, Suite 200.
Yes. You can see we have scrolled down all these pages. Can you, I'm going to check with the panel whether they want a presentation or whether we want a very, like 10 seconds brief of what you're doing. No, maybe 50 seconds, okay.
It's just a stratified severance, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I think I don't need a.
Yeah, I don't think I was just giving you an opportunity. All right, so any questions though? No question. So anything you want to address the panel before we move into the committee for decision? Yeah.
Sure. We just acknowledge that ECS did list some conditions on the application.
Yes.
And the applicant is in support of
all the conditions that,
those
yeah.
conditions.
Yeah. All right, it's development engineering, they have set of conditions.
Yes, exactly.
All right. So that's it, and we are in committee now.
Through you, Madam Chair, there is a speaker in support on the
Oh,
line.
in support, yeah, we've forgotten about that. Yeah, all right, so is he online? And okay, we're ready for him.
Tara, you've been unmuted.
Thank you. Can you hear me, Madam Chair?
Yes, very clearly, thank you. Yeah.
I'm here on behalf of the owner of the property to the north.
Okay.
Is there an echo
No.
on your end?
No, you were quite clear to us.
Perfect. I can only hear it on my end then. That's wonderful. I'm here on behalf of the owner of the property to the north at 137 to 157 McCall.
Yes. Can you give us your first and last name and your address, so for our record? So,
My name is Tara Pirko. Piurko. I'm a lawyer with Miller Thompson,
okay.
and I'm here on behalf of the Congregation of the Most Holy Redeemer.
Thank you. Yes. So, yeah, okay. Please go ahead, yeah.
We are simply here in support of the application. We've read it. We've reviewed the application materials in detail. My apologies. I'm hearing an echo, so I'm having difficulty getting my words out. We're here in support of the application. We have no other comments unless the committee has any questions.
No. No. Any question to this speaker?
None.
No, none. Okay. Thank you very much. And we'll go back to the applicant. Seems that we do not have any questions for the speaker. We're good. So we are now back into committee.
Perfect.
Okay. Let's
I'll move approval of this one. This one, I think I got a bit of a headache reading through this application. It was a big one, but very technical, and sounds like everyone's in support. So I'll move approval subject to engineering conditions.
engineering, yes. And any second, Mr. Business, second, all in favor of approval with the engineering conditions. Unanimously approved. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you. Yeah. So the next item is number 21, 630 and 642 Queen Street East. And also, this is to obtain consent to serve an existing retail unit located on the ground floor within a 9-story mixed-use building into 4 separate ownership units. Also to create a new easement or right-of-way and to maintain the existing easement and right-of-way. We received a copy of survey, site plans, floor plan elevations, and a draft survey and 5 photographs of the property, and also received cover letter and email from the agent. We received comment from community planning, development engineering, and also from Metrolinx. We have received 1 letter of interest or concern from 30 Baseball Place. We are ready for the agent. So we are ready for the agent, for the applicant. Yeah.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, yes.
Hello, thank you for the Committee of Adjustment for giving us this opportunity. My name is Talini Jayatissa, and I represent Dream Unlimited, the agent for the owner, SD Holdings. If the committee could kindly open the presentation that I have a very quick, it's the last one. I would like to look at something while I speak, then it will be very clear for the entire group.
Through you, Madam Chair, just to confirm, there are no registered speakers for this item.
Oh, no way, there's only a letter of interest or concern. So, yeah, you do not go, I'm going to check with the panel whether they require a presentation from you first. A panel, do you want a presentation? You do? Yes. Okay. Seems that we want to have a presentation from you. Can you keep it brief, like within 5 minutes? Thank you. Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah, would be less than 5. If you could kindly, okay, what we're looking at is the presentation for the 630 Queen severance. We are looking to sever an existing retail unit on the ground floor that is currently being rented by tenants in these 4 spaces themselves. We're just looking to sever it into 4 separate lots so that the lots can be sold to different tenants. If you could kindly go to the next slide. That I have listed the details for the same. If you can go to the next slide. Okay, so currently everything that's colored in here is part of the existing retail. It is one big unit, and we are now looking to sever it into these 4 spaces because most of the interest that we have received, especially from mom and pop retailers, are the interest in smaller units. Therefore, we are looking to sever as such. The only particular item to note is part 5, which is that small area up on the right. We are severing that with the retaining lot that's highlighted in red. It's a recycling and garbage room. However, each of the other 3 spaces will have easement rights to that lot. So we did this application back in November, and it went through community planning. Community planning had no comments. Engineering and construction services had some comments related to cost sharing agreement and water meter, which we are addressed. Currently, the cost sharing agreement exists between the condo and the 1 retail unit, and it will simply just extend to the other retail units. Water meter, there are currently 4 water meters for this space, which will just be submetered into the 4 units after the severance is complete.
Thank you. You finished?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? No, we do not have any question. We are in committee now. So I think this is just like a very straightforward.
I'll take this.
Oh, you have question, Mr. Reid, sorry.
No, I was just going to offer to take this one up.
Okay, please, go ahead. Yeah.
So first of all, I think it's great actually to be breaking up the large retail into small retail. I think that'll be really positive for the area and provide opportunities for smaller independent shops to get a good location. So I just think in general, it's actually a good direction. So I'm very positive about moving a motion to approve this variances, or approve the it's the consent, right? Motion to approve the consent requested with the development engineering conditions.
Yes, development engineering conditions. Do we have a second? Oh, okay. Which one? Ms. West, you second. All in favor with the conditions? Unanimously approved with the conditions. Thank you. All right. So next item is number 22, 51A CONDOR Avenue. This is to alter the existing 2-story detached dwelling by constructing front, second, and third floors addition with a front covered porch, and a complete 3rd-story addition with a rear balcony and a rear ground floor covered deck. The existing front integral garage and driveway will be removed. We have received a copy of the minutes of the last meeting, October 23rd, 2024, and then we have a survey, site plan, floor plan elevations, presentation material from the agent. We received comment from transportation engineering and also from Metrolinx. We have received a letter of opposition from 51 CONDOR Avenue. Do we have also a speaker other than the applicant?
For you, Madam Chair, we have the agent online and 1 speaker in opposition online.
Okay, so we're ready for the applicant. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Can you hear me, Madam? Okay, great.
Hardly. Can you speak? I don't know.
Is this better at all?
Okay. Is it better for everybody? Yeah. Oh, okay. Try to speak to the microphone. Yeah, try to speak to the mic. Yeah.
Absolutely. I'll try and speak loudly and clearly. I apologize. I was actually at the session. First of all, let's take care of the formalities. My name is Ozan Stambuk, and I'm at 15 Moreland Road. And I was actually at the hearing today in person at 2 p.m. But I had to actually leave because we're almost at 5 and family matters and these kind of things, and pending snowstorm, it was necessary. And I wish you luck on the commute home. I'm here to present this case for you now, and I'm just wondering, are you able to hear me clearly still, or is this going to be an issue?
I'm not too sure. It's a mixed feeling for me. Sometimes I can hear you very clearly, and sometimes sort of wobbling.
Through you, Madam Chair, I could try to call the agent if you'd prefer.
Yes. What about you?
You can call me for sure. You can call me for sure. I'm ready.
Okay, let's try the other way. Yeah.
You know what I did? Didn't know you can do this. I can't do it now. There's an arrow there. I didn't know you could do that. So I did, and it worked. No.
Hi, Ozran. Can you try to speak now on your phone?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes. Speak. Keep speaking so we make sure we can hear you.
Sure. Is this any clearer than the computer?
Yeah. This is clearer, right? You prefer this? Yeah. Okay. Please go ahead. Yeah.
Oh, that's great. Thank you. I'm glad we sorted that out. I really, really wanted to be in person today. It's just timing, and thank you for all your efforts. It was so great listening to you while I was there. Here's my presentation now. So first, if staff could pull up the supporting material right there, great. So we got that already out of the way. And of course, I cannot say everything in 5 minutes, but so here's an extreme summary while viewing this visual materials that I think explain everything a lot more clearly than what I can say. And what we've done since the deferral is we have essentially provided parking on site, and a lot of the result of this change of massing is because the parking has to be behind the front wall. And so what we have here is a very creative and I think very effective way of placing that parking behind the front wall. What I want to show here on this first page is that the as-of-right envelope, that blue outline, is a lot bulkier. It has higher sidewalls and more negative impact than what we are proposing. The front facade can be much plainer and much flatter, and what we have opted for instead is a much more staggered look. It's much more open, and I think it has less impact. And again, it's something we're being forced to do because of this parking requirement. Now, one thing really to note is that we are not significantly increasing the depth of the building. The depth variance is being triggered. It's an existing depth, as you can see there on the screen. It's being triggered because we're building a third story on top of this existing rear wall. Now, if staff could please scroll down to the second page so I can speak to the setbacks right there. So I created this to really explain that the proposed setbacks of 0.62 and 0.6 seconds are to the base of the columns only. And I think that should be very clear from this diagram. And not only to the base of the columns is actually much thicker than the top of the column, so it tapers down at the top. So that's for, let's say, 14 inches of 58 feet we're asking for the setback, and that I believe is truly minor. The rest of the walls are actually set back 82 centimeters. So really, I think minor compared to what is the existing setback, which is 0.91 meters or 91 centimeters. And I think to me that is the definition of a minor variance when a very small part of the house has to produce that variance. Now, the reason we need the columns in this position actually, again, has to go back to that parking position. It's about providing a certain symmetry to the build, and it's about providing enough space to enter our carport. So the column is not too close in, but I can explain that much more if you need. So, but one of the key things about this setback diagram I want you to take away here, before you listen to the opposition, to me, this makes all of the opposition examples completely irrelevant, not applicable, and not comparable. They keep talking about 0.62 and 0.67, but that is not our setback. That is a setback to the columns. And it's a completely different effect than having an entire wall at 0.62 meters. So our walls, like I said, it's a very different situation. And I've also shown here the as of right blue envelope, again, where we could have a 45 centimeter setback if there were no windows or doors on the north or the south wall. So that's something that's important to keep in mind. And if staff could please scroll down one more page, where I have compiled precedent for our floor area ask. So I believe the floor area we're asking for is keeping within the character of the neighborhood based on these precedents of neighborhood that are very, very nearby. And I think it's really relevant to note that the floor area variance is the only variance somebody would need to build a much more impactful house with a much less side yard setback than what we have proposed. We have gone through great lengths to reduce the massing of the house. And that's something I want to keep coming back to, but it's really true. And again, with the sidewalls being at 45 centimeters, we're not adding windows or doors to the sidewalls. That's also important to note. These are existing windows and doors.
Thank you. Your 5 minutes is up. Have you finished, or would you like to make a very short summary?
Yeah.
Yeah.
A very, very short summary that I can really elaborate on any of these points. I thought I would be within 5 minutes, no chance. I just want to say really quickly about the parking variance. It's very small. It's not really significant, but the reason we put the parking where we put it is because there's the existing curb cut and existing driveway.
Thank you.
And please just consider that we didn't do the typical thing you see ad nauseum at committee. We didn't put the garage, the first floor over the garage.
Thank you.
We created a carport.
Understand. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, and I'm here for any questions you may have.
Yeah, we will hold our question to you. We would like to hear the opposition first, and then we'll get back to you. Yeah.
Sure.
Michael, you've been unmuted.
Good afternoon. Is everyone able to hear me? Hello?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Just give me one moment. My name is Michael Grabowski. I reside at 51 Condor Ave, along with my wife, Bree. Good afternoon, Chair and committee members. I'm here to respectfully oppose the variances at 51 Condor A, or 51A Condor. I do not oppose development, but I do want to see it done in a manner that is consistent with the neighborhood and prevents overbuilding on a lot with existing water drainage issues. It's important to note that there are no letters of support submitted with this application. All letters of support that were gathered for a previous iteration of this design were from the deferred in October. The applicant has not spoken to us regarding this proposal. Variances before us today are not minor. They represent a fundamental shift in the scale of what is reasonable and compatible in maintaining the prevailing character of the neighborhood. It is clear that this proposal is not in keeping with past committee decisions of comparable cases. We've outlined 6 cases where similar variances were denied because, like 51A Condor Ave, they've exceeded the scale and intent of the city plan. At 151 Hillhurst, an FSI increase from 0.6 to 0.95
representing a 58% increase above what is allowed, was denied. 51A is seeking an FSI that is 81% over what is allowed. This FSI increase does not allow any more density in an area that desperately needs more rental units. This maintains an existing property, the same amount of bedrooms. The sidewall at Hillhurst was denied when it exceeded the 8.5 limit. 51A is looking to exceed it by 12%, which is far out of scale with the neighborhood. Hillhurst building depth was 18.26 meters, 9% over what is allowed. 51A is looking for 5.5 over what is allowed. I discard their comment about, oh, there's not a depth increase because there's a third floor. That's incorrect. Setbacks were also an issue at Hillhurst. I acknowledge that the applicant now is saying that there is only a setback regarding just the column, but it triggered a variance. This is why I wanted to speak to it. But in the interest of time, I will skip that portion. At 18 Dawson Avenue, which is a home 500 meters from the applicant residence, the committee rejected an FSI increase to 0.99, a 65% increase over what's allowed. And again, 51A is going for 51% or 81% over what is allowed. Variances at 22 9th Street and 217 Howard Park were denied because of their excessive FSI increases, despite requesting less than what 51A is seeking. 22 9th Street sought a 7.8 increase, and that was denied. 217 Howard Park sought 0.85, and that was denied. Both cases were found to be excessive in massing, detrimental to adjacent properties, and inconsistent with the respective neighborhood. The proposed variance for 51A exceeds each of these denied applications. 116 Mona Drive reinforces another critical issue. Encroachment on setbacks and height limits disrupts neighboring homes and affects drainage, privacy, and livability. The committee ruled that side yard reductions combined with overheight walls created an overwhelming structure that is incompatible with the area. 51A similarly seeks a reduced setback and increased wall heights, worsening softscaping, not meeting the requirements for softscaping at the front, drainage, and access to light for neighboring homes. This is a recurring theme. When variances cumulatively exceed what is reasonable, the committee has historically ruled against them. At 106 North Coat Ave, the applicant sought an FSI increase that was rejected due to excessive bulk and massing, creating a dominant structure not in keeping with adjacent properties. This is the same case with 51A, where the adjacent properties are historic row homes, and the proposed property looks more like a commercial unit, akin to a clinic. Loss of setback space, creating an overwhelming presence from the street and impacting neighboring homes. How am I for time? I'm not able to see the clock.
Okay. Any questions?
You wonder how much time he's got. You got 20 seconds, sir.
Sorry.
I'll go quick. 51A is a semi-detached home that depends on adequate natural light from 3 north-facing windows. The proposed structure's asymmetrical design places a solid, uninterrupted wall in front of 51 north-facing windows. The possible solution is to flip the proposal to put the solid wall on the side facing 53 Condor, where they have no south-facing windows.
Thank you.
This has a huge impact.
Yeah. Thank you. You're 5 minutes up. Yeah, thank you. Yes. Okay, any question to this speaker? Actually, I'm a little bit confused. You just mentioned that there's no letter of support to this development, but on the record, it seems that we have a signature of 6.
Yes, there was a prior proposal put forth by this applicant, which was then deferred because they attempted to skirt city rules regarding the driveway. So they deferred it back in October. They had letters of support for that previous iteration. This new design is completely net new and resembles nothing of the initial design, which is why the supporting signatures are completely invalid.
Oh, I see. Okay, that explains. Thank you very much. Any question to this speaker? Yeah. Okay, so let's bring back the agent or the applicant to for his rebuttal, please. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes.
So, in response to this, I'm not going to barrage you with numbers because I don't know why that happens every time at these opposition hearings, but what's important here, I have tons of precedent and tons of numbers supporting our case, but that's not the critical issue here. What we're trying to do is bring this home out of the shadows, bring it more forward, and we're not in any way compromising the front yard setback. And we have done it in a very tasteful way. There are certainly cases like ours that have been refused, and a lot of cases like ours that have been approved. And that's exactly why we're before you here today. So you can decide if this design, this what we have done with the staggered front facade, if it applies to tasteful planning, and I sincerely believe it does. So I also, just to quickly speak to letters of support, we don't have we don't have opposition to this project. And I think that's very relevant because if this was something where the whole neighborhood was up in arms, it would cause us to do a very different design. And right now, what we're proposing here is a very reasonable design that listens to the elements around it, and that's why the driveway side is on the north side, because it's an existing curb cut, and it's an existing driveway there, and we don't want to move it and have more complications with transportation and more costs, because even that curb cut was even adjusted recently. If you see it on Google Maps, it's a relatively new curb cut. So that is the best way I can summarize my response. Is that what we're proposing here, we're putting in front of you for your judgment. But I think it's a wonderful application, and really, I really want to emphasize one point. It's really not typical. I want to emphasize that a builder, all they would need is a floor area precedent. And we have, and this is 100% fact, plenty of precedent for the floor area. So all they would need is a floor area precedent to create a much more impactful building, a much larger, plainer building. Again, with the first floor above the garage. Here, what we're proposing here, it shouldn't be taken lightly. Because what we're proposing here is going to be harder to build. And it has a lot of compromises on the main floor, but I think it does a lot for the front. That front elevation, it's staggered, and that main floor, it's got the carport, which could again be inside the building, but there it could be closed off if there's symmetry issues. But we prefer the carport, and then that long entryway is covered in glass. That's going to really create a beautiful building that's going to lighten the impact of the massing. So I'll keep it short. I'll end it there, and all I can do is leave it in your hands and answer any of your questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Any question to the applicant, please? Yeah. No. Okay. We are in committee now. We do not have any more questions for you.
Oh, Dylan had a question.
Dylan, okay, sorry.
No. Sorry, I just wanted to speak in committee.
Oh, okay, we are in committee. Okay, so yes, since you had your hand up, so please go ahead. You're the first.
So I'm somewhat familiar with this area, and I think this is actually a really positive proposal. We're getting rid of a reverse slope driveway, which, some of the comments were about how this doesn't fit. Well, the current house definitely does not fit in the area. A reverse slope driveway is unusual in that area, and it's out of place, and it's certainly something that the city wants to discourage. I'm also really pleased that they're not using an integral garage, but instead using a carport. I think that's much more attractive and positive. And I think it's an ingenious way of setting it up. The front is only going to roughly the same frontage as its neighbors, so it's not really, it's taking advantage of some space that's already available in a sense. And then the upper level is step back, which reduces the impact. So I think it's a really good plan. I think it's a definite improvement over what's there. And I would definitely support this.
Yes. Okay, I actually like to add to your comment. Actually, I do agree. When I look, if you just even bring up the photograph of the front of the house, it seems that the existing building is really set back, and all we see is a reverse driveway. It's a lot of concrete. And I think this proposal actually have improved a lot. And what they're doing is actually just bring the building more in line with the other two on the sides, and also just build straight up for a third floor. I think this is actually quite a positive for development, I think. Any comment? Any motion? Mr. Reid, you would like to make a motion?
Yeah, sure. I'd like to make a motion for the reasons I stated to approve these variances with forestry condition number 2, I believe.
There's a yes, 2.
Am I correct?
Yes,
yeah,
and
okay.
also we acknowledge that we have a Metrolink advisory comment there.
Yeah, but it's not a condition,
No.
so I don't.
Yeah.
Sure.
We just acknowledge that. Anyone want to second that, please? Ms. West, second with forestry condition number 2. All in favor? Unanimously approved with the condition. Thank you. Okay, so we have moved to number 23, the 3:30 sessions. Number 23 is 134 WOODBINE Road. This is to alter the existing 2.5-story detached dwelling by constructing a front porch and a rear first-story deck and a rear second-story deck and a rear third-story addition with a rear deck. We receive a copy of the survey site plan, floor plan elevations, 2 photographs of the property, and also a staff report from Urban Forestry, and also advisory report from tree protection from Urban Forestry. We have support from 175 Lisker Street, and we have oppositions from the 138 DOVERCOURT Road. Yeah. We are ready for the agent.
Through you, Madam Chair, we have the agent online and no registered speakers.
No registered. We only they only submit the material. Okay. Thank you. Yeah.
Eddie, you've been unmuted. Eddie, can you please try to speak? Through you, Madam Chair, I'll try to call the agent.
Okay. So we cannot connect with him. We give it another try, then we will hold it down and we come back to.
Eddie, can you please try and speak?
Yeah, hi, can you hear me now?
Oh, yes. Yeah, we can hear you now.
I had my speaker on. I don't know why it's not working, but sorry about that. Okay, my name's Eddie Perez. I'm here on behalf of the owners. Hi to the Madam Chair
Excuse me,
and committee
Eddie.
members.
Excuse me, there's a little bit of echo on your side. Can you maybe mute some other devices?
Okay, is there an echo now or it's okay now?
It's still echo. It's worse than before, right?
I don't know why. It's my cell phone.
Just keeps getting worse.
It keeps getting worse. The echo.
Hello, Eddie, maybe try muting the device that you were on originally instead of
Yeah,
the phone. Yes.
I turned that one off.
Okay, perfect.
But it's still echoing.
Yes.
Yes.
Maybe
Through
it's
you,
snow
Madam
outside,
Chair.
Yes.
Sorry, through you, Madam
Yes.
Chair. Maybe let's move on to the next item, and then we'll try and connect with Eddie
Okay.
again.
Yeah, do you hear it? Yeah, we're going to move on to item number 24, which is 45 Warwick Avenue. This is to alter the existing two-story detached dwelling by constructing a rear one-story addition and a deck and stairs, and a complete second-story west addition and a rear basement walkout. There will be two residential dwelling on this property. And on this, we also receive a copy of survey, site plan, floor plan elevations, and some photographs of the property, and we receive one letter of opposition from 38 Glen Cedar Road. We are ready for the agent.
Through you, Madam Chair, we have the agent online and no registered speakers.
No register. Okay, thank you. Yeah, they're seeking 4 variances, by the way. Yeah, so.
Dijin, you've been unmuted. Dijin, can you please try to speak? Through you, Madam Chair, I can try and call this agent as well.
Okay. Are they here, you think, or no?
Hello?
Oh, okay, I hear something.
Hello, can you try again speaking?
Hello, Dijin, can you please try to speak?
Yeah?
Yes, Mr. Kong. Can you try to speak so we make sure we can hear you?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, I'm here.
Oh. So, okay. Can go ahead, give us your.
Hello?
Yes, you cannot hear us though. It doesn't seem that he can hear us. We can hear him.
Yeah.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, I hear you.
Now you can hear us?
Yeah.
But we seem that you have some echoes on your side. We keep hearing echoes. Can you just turn off all the devices except one?
Device? Oh, yeah. I turn on my...
We've called you on your phone. Could you please clarify if you're speaking on your phone or on your other device?
No, I didn't hear it. I know.
Mr. Kong, can you please clarify if you're speaking to us on your phone or on your other device? And we'll mute the other device if you let us know.
Oh, yeah. Come down from. Okay. Yeah. How about right now? Hello?
Yes, it seems to be a little bit better. Can you speak more so we can hear you? Yeah.
Yeah. You know, I speaking.
Yeah, seem to be okay now, right? You see?
Yeah.
Okay. you're speaking for 45 Warwick Avenue, right? So, yeah, you have 5 minutes. But we have another speaker for this, or just, do we have any opposition for this?
Through you, Madam Chair, there's no registered speakers.
Yes, okay. All right, can you give us your first and last name and also your address for the record, please? And you can start.
My first name is Dejie, last name is Kong.
Okay. You have 5 minutes. Yeah.
35.
Okay.
19 Queenston Drive, Mississauga. L5C 2G8.
Okay, thank you. Actually, you do have one opposition letter, and which is from 38 Glen Cedar. Since you do not have a registered speaker here, so can you just address their concern, and then we can move on from there? Yeah.
Yeah. I see that letter.
Yes.
Or first variant, he said, or lot is 0.8%. Let me check. Second, let's see.
What's going on?
Oh, are you still connected with us?
Let me open the file. I know.
I think we have difficulty understanding you. Are you going to address this opposition letter? And
Or another over 55%, or around 0.6 coverage for lot coverage. It's from West.
Mr. Kong, sorry, just to stop you for a moment. I just want to check with our members whether they can catch what you're saying.
Yeah, there you go.
Can you, anyone understand? No. Can you somehow, we have difficulty understanding you. Okay, so maybe you can speak a little bit slowly.
Little bit slowly. Let me check.
What?
Through you, Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Kong, is there someone that can help assist with the questions that the members are asking you?
Yeah.
Is someone beside you that you can have speak on behalf of you? Through you, Madam Chair. Kirk,
yes.
Can you please unmute Charles? And perhaps Charles can answer the question. I believe he's the owner of the property.
Oh, okay. That's a good suggestion.
Mr. Kong, please just give us a second to unmute Charles.
Yeah, Charles is here.
Hi, Charles.
Yes.
Okay. Are you the owner of the property?
Yes.
Okay. Are you able to answer the question that the member has asked?
Yes. I'm asking the coverage of the 56% of their, based on my this community, there's neighborhood, because all of this old community were just asking addition first floor for my wife and me to have the bathroom and 1 bedroom in the first floor. Mm-hmm. So the coverage is over permitted, but my neighbor and the next door and so many houses, I think is much more coverage higher than 56.
Mm-hmm.
So
thank you. Yeah, you answered the question. Thank you very much. Yeah, I understand. So let me check whether there are other more questions for you. And other more.
I have a question.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, Mr. Reed has a question. Okay, please go ahead, Mr. Reed.
Yeah, because you're only asking for the first floor, but you're asking for a fairly extensive extension of the length. Would you be okay if we tied the approval to your site, your elevations? Just so that it stays to the first floor.
Yes, because here my elevation backyard is lower than front yard, so there is looks like the basement like the half walkout, like half is over the ground at the backyard, and for this time. Me and my wife is old, get old age, where cannot upside down to the basement and the second floor. But now we're existing house do not have the bathroom in the first floor, so we need extension at the back. Only the fourth floor for my living space. Get the 1 bedroom, bathroom, and kitchen there, where one. Get the space, can run in the wheelchair for think about a little bit future. So we need a little bit more room. That's why we're minimum the size has to be get.
Thank you. We understand your purpose. We understand the purpose of your application, but the question is that you see this drawing in front of you, east elevation. If we were going to approve your application, you have to build accordingly to this elevation. Will that be okay with you?
Okay. I think he said it was okay.
Oh, he says okay. Okay, I didn't hear.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. All right. So, any other questions?
I just ask my colleague. So, I think what I heard is that they're putting a kitchen.
And a bathroom.
And a bathroom is in the basement?
No, it's more in line with the ground.
There is a new kitchen and bathroom in the basement.
But then they have to go down. That's why they're old age. They do not want to always go down to use that. They put. If you look at the elevation, the ground.
I guess what I'm asking is there going to be a secondary suite in the basement?
Yes, second unit in the basement because when we're extending the part building here is so expensive. We're needed like we're think maybe for future rental part of the basement for some income.
Right. So you're potentially going to rent out the basement to a tenant and to offset some of the costs. That I understand that.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, in the purpose clause, it seems they have two. They're going to be 2 units.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I should read the purpose more carefully.
Well, after all this, we try to understand. I can easily forget too. Yes, thank you. Any other questions, please? Okay. So we have no more questions, Mr. Chai, Mr. Kok. Now we are in committee. We are discussing this now. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. So, all right. Okay, Mr. Wee, yes.
I just want to say, I mean, it is a little deep, but it's actually quite a large lot. So, and given it's only 1 story, I think it's supportable.
Yeah, I think it's a large lot too. Yeah, it's sort of, yeah. Thank you. And another comment? Okay. Ms. West.
Yes, through you, Madam Chair. I have just a quick question from Madam Secretary Treasurer. That do we need to change the purpose of the application and add the secondary suite? I know they said to complete a 2nd story west, but
it's actually there.
Through you, Madam Chair, it does state there will be 2 residential dwelling units on this lot. I think that suffice. I mean, typically we would say 1 primary unit, 1 secondary unit, but I don't think we need to do that. Okay. We can leave it as is. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. So that clear. So anyone want to make a motion, please? Yes.
Dylan does.
Mr. Dylan, wait, please. Yes.
Well, for reasons mentioned, I will move that we approve these variances with the condition that they be tied to the elevations in the plans.
East, both elevation, both east and west,
yeah.
Right? Okay.
Exactly.
All right. So, anyone second? Miss Bissonnette, second. All in favor with that condition? All in favor? Approve unanimously. Thank you. So let's go
Through you,
back.
Madam Chair, we'll go back to Eddie Perez.
Yes. It's number
So
23.
item number 23, yes.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Perfect.
Oh, wow, you did a good job. Yeah, we can.
Yeah,
hear
I logged off and came back on.
you. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, go
Yeah,
ahead.
hi, good
Yeah, go-
afternoon, Madam Chair and committee members.
Go ahead. Do we have any registered speaker for the, any other speaker?
Through you, Madam Chair, there's no other registered speakers.
Yes, but we do have, we receive an opposition letter. Can you just quickly address that, and then we can move on with your presentation if we require? Thank you. Yeah.
Well, when I went online, I only saw the letter of support. I didn't see the letter of opposition. But if I can have a quick look at it, it'd be privacy.
It's on the, yeah, it's on the screen now, yeah.
Yeah, okay, I see that. What we're doing at this point is we're just increasing the third floor slightly for some privacy on the two sides of the deck. On the third floor, we can provide a 1.5 privacy fence on both sides. That'll give some privacy to the neighbors as well.
Also,
And as for the variance before you, most of them are existing situations, the existing decks in the same location. Landscaping is pretty well similar to what we're proposing. We're even increasing slightly. So it's just a very minor in nature application. And if you have any questions, I'll be free to answer them. Thank you.
okay, I just want to, can you repeat where the privacy screen will be? You're going to
If you put the side elevation, I'll.
Yeah, on all the floors, or just
No,
the
just
upper
the third floor.
Just the third floor, okay.
Yeah, first floor it's only less than a meter above ground.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the balcony on the roof, above the second floor, off of the third floor.
Yeah, so
If you
it
put
will
the side
be,
elevation, you'll see it on the side elevation.
sorry.
Is there a balcony on the second floor at the back?
Yeah, sorry, that one too. We can put on both.
Okay, now, let's slow down. Second and third floor on the north and south edges?
Correct. We can
Okay.
put the privacy fence on both sides.
All right, thank you. All right, so that you addressed the concern. So do we have any question for him? Yeah.
Yeah, Eddie, and I know you mentioned there's mostly existing conditions, but you're a little light in the rear on soft landscaping. Is there anything you can do to improve that?
Well, if you put the site plan up there, you'll see what.
Yeah,
A lot of that, because the garage is existing, and most of it in the back is green. Only the walkway going into the garage, and there's that little bit side coming off that concrete deck. I guess we can improve it a little bit. What percentage are we at now? We're asking for 60. I can probably bring it up to 65.
Sorry, through you,
65.
Madam Chair. Oh,
Yes.
Sorry, through you, Madam Chair. Are we talking about the rear yard?
That's the rear, yeah,
So
sorry.
34.94.
We can bring that to about 37%, 38%.
38, can you give us
I can make the walkway a little narrower and
Okay.
take a little bit of concrete off that back.
You have to also give us in square footage. If it's 37, you said 37%. How much is that in square footage? Meter square.
Yeah, I'll give you the rear yard. I can 39%, say 38%, 130.
38%, I see.
85 times 0.38. That would be about 52 square meters. We can give about 52 and a half square meters, 52.5.
0.5, okay. That sounds good. Thank you, that's amended, yeah. So, it's 38%.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah. And this amended. Any other questions? No, we do not have any more questions. Now we are in committee. Yeah, with that revisions, I think that it make it better. Yeah. So, Mr. Clay, you want to take this on?
Sure. I think this is a fairly minor application, and with the screening and the improvement in the rear yard landscaping, I think that this is a reasonable application that fits in quite well with the neighboring houses. I think it's supportable. I'll move approval of the amended application with variance number 3 amended to 38%, and I've forgotten what the...
52.5.
Thank you. Square meters, and screening on the, I guess, north and south sides of the second and third story balcony.
Yes. Anyone want second that motion? Ms. West? Yes, Mr. West second. All in favor with...
Oh, there was a forestry advisory, not a
it's
condition,
an advisory,
just advisory?
yeah. It's
Okay.
advisory, comment, yeah.
Okay.
So all in favor with amended, unanimously approved with the amended agenda and variance and also the privacy screen conditions. Yeah. Thank you very much. It's approved. Yeah, thank you. And now we are at number 25, 13 Riverside Crescent. Purpose for this application is to construct a new 2-story detached dwelling with a front integral garage and a covered front porch with stair, and a rear first floor covered deck with stair, and a swimming pool in the rear yard. We receive a survey site plan, floor plan, and elevations, revised site plan, and also revised zoning notice. And we have a red line zoning notice, 2 photographs of the property, email corresponding from the agent, and also presentation material from the agent. We also receive comment from Urban Forestry, Transportation Services, and also TRCA. We have 1 opposition from the Swansea Area Ratepayers Association. Yeah. Do we have, besides the applicant, do we have any registered speakers?
Through you, Madam Chair, we have the agent online and 1 registered speaker in person and 1 registered speaker online.
Okay, thank you. So we do have some, so let's bring on the applicant. We are ready for it.
Ali, you've
Shakiri,
been...
326 Shepherd Avenue East. Good afternoon.
Okay, you do have some opposition, so maybe you can give us a 5-minute presentation, please. Yeah.
Indeed, before I start, we had comments from planning to reduce the width of the driveway. We did respond to that. We are eliminating variance number 7.
Okay.
And the revised site plan is submitted accordingly.
Okay, yeah.
So the case before you is basically we're asking for increase of the floor space index. If I have my supporting material displayed, please. The first page. This is a ravine area. It's not my supporting material on the display. So the that floor space index is. It would be a lot easier if I have my support material displayed, please. The FSI calculation is based on the, if you zoom extend this page, so I'd like all of the page to be visible if possible. Or scroll down. Yes, you see that zoom out would help a lot, but that pink shaded area of the lot is not accounted for when we're calculating the FSI. If it was, basically, we would be complying. Still 0.55 that we're asking, comparing to many other cases in Toronto is very, very moderate. We believe the variance for the driveways and existing technical variants, I have highlighted those 2 light blue rectangles, showing one of them is showing the grade at the street, the other one is highlighting the grade at the garage in the front wall. These 2 are about 6 feet apart, like the the entrance to the garage is nearly 2 meters lower than the street. So we couldn't do anything about it. That actually is the nature of the neighborhood. Most of the houses on the south side, the Riverside Crescent, have the same issue of the below-grade garage. So we kept it, and that's why it's a technical variance, and that's why basically we don't have any objection from the planning or roads, transportation, engineering. The building height, if we go to the next page, we have a presentation of the proposed facade of this building. We needed a little bit of addition to the building height to articulate the type of architecture that we're proposing. We thought it would be more desirable with that gable on the right side, and given that this house is sitting nearly 2 meters lower than the street, that wouldn't impact too much. If we go to the next page, these are comparables. I just go over one or two because I don't have too much time, but this is 19 Riverside Crescent, very proximate on the same side of the street. A floor space index approved for this case is 0.82, significantly larger than ours. And we don't need that much, basically, and we're fine with 0.55. It's a house for a family of 4, Mr. and Mrs. Virginia with 2 kids. And what we're proposing is quite adequate for them. You see there are variances of the length and depth in excess of what we are proposing. The height of 11.2 meters, more than what we're asking here. Next pages, please. And this is another one. You can, I encourage you to review all these evidence, additional height. And if we just scroll down, there are some important photographs of the neighborhood at the end. Thank you. Yeah, this one is number 5, a couple of doors to the left of the proposed house. You can see the garage with 2 floors above it. We don't have that situation, plus an additional entire roof. The height of this building is about 14 or 15 meters from the road. Well, we don't need to mimic that at all. We just asked for what we require here. Next page, please. And by the way, the previous photo and this one, if you notice, there are below-grade garages. These are all below-grade garages because of the slope. Next page, please. Again, number 9 with a below-grade garage. Next page, please. Number 11, this is adjacent house with the below-grade garage. Next page. This is the subject lot, and you can see that below-grade garage impact on this one is a little bit more than the other neighbors. You can see number 11 on the left side, how higher it's sitting comparing to this house. Basically, no matter, I mean, if we wanted to have a positive slope driveway, basically, we should have entered to the garage on the 2nd floor.
Okay.
Next page.
Thank you. Your 5 minutes is up. Can you give us a quick summation then, please? Yeah.
Well, I have no more comment other than the fact that my client spoke to the 2 adjacent neighbors, and the neighbors crossed the street, and they were all supportive. We submitted supported material. They denied us. The staff denied to add it to the case or display it on AIC, and now, to my biggest surprise, I can see that the late objection is actually is received by the panel. I don't think that is fair, but anyways, if there is any question, I'd be more than glad to answer. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. We do have a couple of speakers after you, so we will listen to them and then we'll get back to you, okay? Yeah.
Indeed, thank you.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, committee. Again, Nicholas Singh, Swansea Area Ratepayers. So it appears that, yes, we do have our submission available to go on the screen. Is that correct?
they come late or?
It's supplementary.
It's supplementary, yeah, I know, yeah, it's in the supplementary package, the opposition.
Through the chair, just to clarify, the presentation you want to pull up which materials? Just to clarify.
The submission from the Swansea Area Ratepayers Association.
Yeah.
In supplementary?
Yeah, it's in the supplementary package that label, sorry, let me. And if you go to label 25, the folder, you will see that it's there. There's only one file for number 25. Yeah. It's dated February 10th. Yeah.
Okay.
Through you, Madam Chair, perhaps maybe Mr. Singh can just
Yeah, can you just go
present?
through? Yeah. Because it's,
Yes, I
We've
will.
all got it in
I will
front
do
of
that.
us.
we got it in front of
Yeah.
us. You can just go through it, yeah.
Yes, all right. Well, thank you. So this proposed building exceeds 4 of the metrics for the building envelope. It's variance 1, it's too high. Variance 2, the walls are too high. Variance 3, it's too long. And 4, it's too deep. And of course, we've got excess FSI and a below-grade driveway, integral garage. So as a new building, there's really no need for all of these variances to be required. We note that there is an unused attic space with over 3 meters of height that could be easily brought down to be in compliance with the zoning bylaws, at least regarding height, unless there is some intention for future use of this space. The first and second stories are 6.92 meters above the established grade, which is well within the as-of-right height. Again, as there is no third floor declared for this building, there appears to be no reason for non-compliance with either of the height bylaws. The FSI, I point out that the area in the attic has for some reason not been included in the FSI. Perhaps the applicant will give us an explanation of that on return and rebuttal. Turning to policy 4.1.5 of the official plan, I took the comparables chosen by the applicant and the City of Toronto maps and laid out the applicant's 6 addresses to determine the broader context. Excluding the buildings in the South Kingsway Valley area because they are in a different geographic area, there are 109 buildings in the broader context as delineated by the addresses presented by the applicant's comparables. And there are 32 buildings within the broader context, which the official plan defines as the immediate context. I wanted to show you that map. Unfortunately, it's not available. The result is that we have 6 out of 109 buildings supporting the application in the broader context, and 1 out of 32 in the immediate context. Neither of these results is sufficient to pass the test for the official plan. So based on those numbers, this application simply doesn't respect and reinforce the prevailing character of the neighborhood and doesn't pass the test for the official plan. In addition, if we look at, I made a chart which, oh, yes, you've got it up there, great, thank you. Yes, there's a chart. You'll see that we see that no building has all of the variances that are proposed for this building. No building in either context required a variance for wall heights. This application requires a significant variance for all of the wall heights. Only 1 building is a match for FSI, length, depth, and height. 1 is a match for length and height. 1 is a match for FSI and height. 1 matches the FSI and nothing more. Another matches the FSI and length. And the last one matches for FSI, length, and height. I reiterate that even if these random matches, they are few, and none of the applicant's comparables actually put all of these together in one building. And those that have similar features are very few in number. As such, they do not individually or collectively pass the test for maintaining the intent and purpose of the official plan and the zoning bylaws. That should not be approved. Regarding variance number 6 for a below-grade integral garage, we're trying to get rid of these, I believe. The applicant supplied some addresses for comparison. Now, there was only one example, 32 Riverside Crescent, in the last 10 years that required a variance for a below-grade integral garage. The other 5 examples all appear to be existing non-conforming buildings that may well have preceded the bylaw prohibiting the below-grade integral garages. 1 in 32, again, is a very low compatibility rate and doesn't maintain the intent and purpose of the prohibition for below-grade integral garages. Again, this is a new building, so they could make adjustments for that. As with the other applications I've participated in this morning, I asked the committee to provide, during your in-committee deliberations, to please provide reasons for how you regard the data relevant to policy 4.1.5 of the official plan that I've just provided. Thank you for your attention and consideration.
Okay, thank you. Any question to this speaker? You do? Yeah, okay.
I'm sorry, Nick. Could you, I missed your explanation of your map.
The map?
The map basically identifies every single property in that area. So what are you telling us with that map?
Okay, so the applicant has laid out some addresses to compare their proposal to the neighborhood. And they have found 6. And those 6 are within this map. They lay out the borders of this map. So if you're looking at the neighborhood, right, you see where those are, and you look at all of the buildings, not just cherry pick the 6. So then in that area, you have 109 in that area. I'm not including the houses that are down along the South Kingsway because that's a very different geographic.
But what is this telling? Is this just telling us what you consider to be the broader context?
This is what the applicant has actually laid out. The borders of this map, these homes, right, represent the furthest north, furthest south, right, east, west, right, for the area.
Right.
Okay, so that's the context they're looking at when they raise the addresses and say, oh, this one's comparable and this one's.
You're saying that's too big of an area?
No, not at all. I'm accepting what they've laid out. I'm just looking at the entire area, not just at the 6.
Okay, I understand. I understand. Thank you. I just wasn't clear what you were trying to tell us, but thank you.
Okay, all right. So any more questions to this speaker? Okay, we don't have any more question for you. So we have one more speaker, right? Yeah.
Isabel, you've been unmuted. Hi, Isabel. We've unmuted you.
Hi, my name is Professor Isabel Caprillion Churchill. I live at 10 Riverside Crescent, which is directly opposite the house in question, number 13. I have concern about the number 3 issue, and that is the length. Now, I've lived in this house for over 50 years, and I've enjoyed a view, not a very big view, and therefore all the more precious, of the Humber River. But the house that's being planned, because of the height and the length, virtually blocks that view totally. And so my request would be to change the length, either to move it over towards the west or to reduce it by making it the same border as the present house. In other words, the line between, or the space between the house and the boundary of the property would remain the same as it is right now. So basically, that's my concern, and that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any question to this speaker? Okay, thank you. We can have the agent address that concern, or that question. Okay, thank you. Let's bring back the agent for rebuttal. Yeah.
It's very, the last speaker, I was wondering what address Isabel is from?
10, she said. It's across from you. It's not on the same side, it's on the opposite side.
Okay. Okay, so let me address that first. Number 10 is on the opposite side of the Riverside Crescent. All those houses, and you can see those topographic contours. They are sitting a lot higher than this side, and I'm just, to be honest, not sure what the length of this house is going to do to that. Basically, they are overlooking everything above this building by being a lot higher. So I just am not sure how the length of this house matters for a house that is across the street. Back to the comments from TPRA, which again, I'm very puzzled how a late submission can be displayed on this hearing. But I will get to that. Whatever mentioned on my behalf by Mr. Singh, I deny. I think he mentioned things about the area of the study or things like that. So on behalf of me, I totally deny, whatever I submitted is for an intention. I made those comparables as some like example of the cases. Of course, we have done a study. There's hundreds of submissions. I don't think if it's the mandate of a minor variance hearing to find all those variances that I have in my proposal and find it exactly combined in another case. And if that's found, I should be getting like an approval without any question. It's not like that usually being around the Committee of Adjustment hearings. The panel looks at every case based on its own merits. The two adjacent neighbors, they are in support. Also, number 14 across the street are in support. They have submitted letters of support, which I have evidence to show that the staff denied to display it because of late submission. They were submitted at the same time that Mr. Singh submitted his material, and we have the TRCA approval. If we go back to my site plan, the site plan that I have on my supporting material, it shows that the house we're proposing is well sitting between the two houses. The FSI is significantly lower than many approvals of the COA, even many of the approvals that were before you today, and is significantly at least lower than the one recently approved by the Committee of Adjustment for 0.8. The turning of attic into a floor space, I'm just, maybe that's the intention of Mr. Singh. It's not the intention of my clients. They have an adequate house for themselves, and it's good for a family of four. They have a good basement, good 2 floors. They didn't even need to stack up 2 floors above the garage that you see many times these days. The Committee of Adjustment hearing and actually exist in the neighborhood. The below grade garage is part of the physical character of the neighborhood. And as such, we kept it. I mean, I don't think what Mr. Singh is really suggesting. He's suggesting that we build up for like a bridge to go into a garage. Would that be desirable? He thinks. I'm just not even sure he paid a visit to the neighborhood to look at what's going on the south side of the Riverside. And just mentioning passing the test, it's not passing the test. I don't understand what is criteria. I think we've proposed a house that is actually significantly smaller than many houses in that neighborhood. The planning staff have reviewed it, found it desirable. No comment. They just had one comment regarding the driveway width, which we paid attention to, and we removed it from the proposal. TRCA has approved it. Perhaps this is the only actually case in the entire area I found that has no variance with regards to TRCA. We are well within the 10 meters of the setback they're requiring. And my client has spoken to the two adjacent neighbors and the neighbor in front. They were all supportive. I think this well passes the test, at least on my side. I hope you have the same idea. And if you have any question, I'd be more than glad to answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, maybe we might have questions. Do we have a question for the applicant?
Sure.
No.
Yeah, I have a question.
Yes.
A couple questions. So first of all, you removed variant 7, but on the plan that you got in your presentation material, you've just reduced the driveway to 6 meters, but the variance is because there's actually a 5.2 meter requirement. So are you reducing the driveway to 5.2 meters, in fact?
No, sir. We are reducing to 6, and that 5.2 on the zoning notice was a typo. We reached out to the zoning examiner. They confirmed that that was a typo and that should have been 6. And they issued an updated zoning notice. So we did all our due diligence and we acted on it. We have an updated zoning notice, filed it within time again. To show that we don't require that. The updated zoning notice does not have that last variance. And the site plan updated on the file, again, submitted within the prescribed time, shows the driveway as 6 meters.
Okay. So the actual requirement is 6 meters.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir.
Okay, got it. Thanks. I just wanted to make sure that you weren't going to get caught by that.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Okay, and then the second question is just to clarify or confirm something. So the apparent third floor is purely decorative, right? There's no actual third floor, and that's just going to be a very high ceiling for the second floor. Is that correct?
Absolutely, not a high ceiling for the second floor. It's going to be a pre-engineered roof terraces. Again, the zoning department have reviewed the case and they have written that 0.55. There is no intention of turning that space into a living space, and that would be the pre-engineered roof terraces. The additional height.
But so, there is no third floor. There's an apparent third floor with windows. I assume so those windows are simply going to let light onto the second floor?
Well, one of them is providing additional light to the bedroom, the one that is larger. The other two are decorative. So basically, they're contributing the whole image that we're proposing for this house.
Oh, so there's actually they don't actually give any light into the... Yes. So that's going to be empty space. Is it going to be like a roof, or is it going to be like an attic space?
It's going to be roof attic space, but it is occupied by the pre-engineered roof terraces. So there is no clearance in there. There is no habitable space. One cannot go and move in that place unless they're just crawling between the roof truss members.
I see. Okay.
I'm sure you've seen many of this, and if you look at basically the photos that they submitted from the neighborhood, most of the houses in the neighborhood have the same type of roof. we didn't want to basically go with the flat roof. My clients didn't desire to have a flat roof. Well, neither did we. And also, if we had flat roof, there was so much of the other space. Basically, we didn't want to make the indoors too high, so that it becomes not efficient. So we added that slope proof, same as the other houses in the neighborhood, and that's basically articulating the type of architecture we're proposing for this house. We provided a rendering to vividly clarify that.
Okay, thank you. So it's like an aesthetic reason for those little dormer windows. Yeah.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay,
yes.
Thank you. Any other questions, please? Okay, no, we have no more questions. Now we're in committee. Yeah. Anyone want to start? And yeah.
Sure, I'll start. This is an area which is characterized by prestige lots. This particular lot overlooks the Humber River with a steep ravine in behind. I would note that the applicant did indicate that it is well within the stable top of slope, so there isn't any issues with respect to TRCA or RNFP. And I know this area fairly well. It is characterized by rather large homes, typically larger lots. I characterize as prestige lots. I don't know if that's an appropriate term or not, but the application that is before us, I think, very much fits in with not only the historical nature of the houses in this area, but also several of the newly constructed homes in and around the Riverside area. I look at the variances, and quite frankly, each of them are really relatively minor, just minor and modest increases over what's allowable. So I don't see this as having any significant impact on the neighborhood. I appreciate that any kind of new construction might interrupt the view shed of some folks, but that's not necessarily your right to have that view. So I don't, again, necessarily see that as being a significant aspect of this application. So I think it's supportable. I think it's relatively minor.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, Ms. West.
Yes, through you, Madam Chair. I agree with Mr. Clay. I think this is supportable for me. The only concern that we see here was transportation staff report that they had a concern about the width that the applicant already addressed. And then the only thing applicants should do, I think, is just submit the revised plans to satisfy the transportation. Apart from that, I think all the variants are minor and it's supportable.
Okay, so we do have a forestry condition number 1, and then will anyone like to put a motion? Yeah, Ms. West, yes.
Yes, to you, Madam Chair, I would like to put forward a motion to approve this application with forestry condition number 1, and also I would subject it to the transportation staff report dated January 28, 2025, so that the applicant can submit the update drawings.
Yes, it's amended agenda too.
Yes, and then the variance 7, I think the last one was, amended agenda, which one the last 7 to have been eliminated.
Yes, yes. And will I second, Mr. Clay, second? Sure. Yes, all in favor with the amended agenda and the forestry condition 1. All in favor. Unanimously approved. Thank you. Yeah.
Can we take a short break?
Sorry, Mr. Wee, can't hear you.
Can we take a short break?
Oh, short break. Okay, sorry. Yeah, how much do you want? 5 minutes or 10?
5 minutes.
5 minutes. It's getting late.
Yeah.
Okay,
Thanks.
5 minutes break. So we come back in 5 minutes. Yes. Did you bring your lunch?
You've got something better to do?
Hey. Sorry, just give me a second. I'll be down. Sorry. Okay. Yeah, no, there's still probably an hour to go. You want to make dinner? Really quick. Hold on. Oh, I for sure will. And I'm definitely gonna sleep. Sure. And if you go out, that's good because I might keep bumping around. But if you don't, then that's fine too. I can do it upstairs.
Okay, we resume. Our next item is item number 26, is 1374 Woodbine Avenue. This is to construct a new three-story detached dwelling, which is with 4 residential units, a fourplex, and there will be front and rear ground floor porches, front and rear balconies on the second and third floor level, and 2 surface parking in the rear yard. We receive a survey, site plan, floor plan elevations, arborist report, and a site-specific bylaw. We have comment from development review, community planning, and we have oppositions from 11 Wenlow Road. Yeah, no. So that's all we have received. Thank you. We are ready for the applicant, yes.
Good evening, committee. Good evening, Madam Chair.
Yes. Well, I'm going to check. Do we have any registered opposition or speakers on this item? Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, there's no other registered speakers.
Yes, but we do have, for the applicant, can you tell us your first and last name, your address, and we can go from there, please? Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. Jonathan Minskowski, 301 Keewatin Avenue.
Yes. And although you do not have any registered speaker in opposition, but we did receive a letter of opposition. Can you just quickly address that and then, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. 2 things. First of all, there is a staff report, and we are okay with the changes as mentioned in the staff report. We have submitted a revised site plan that is date stamped January 13th, 2025 on the AIC, which reflects the reduction as seen on the screen here. That has to do with an increase in the amount of soft landscaping in the rear yard. So variance number 8, as per the public notice, we'll see an increase in the rear yard soft landscaping.
Yes.
That's absolutely it right there.
Yes. It will be. Okay,
so in terms of, Madam Chair, if we could go back to that location map, the opposition letter that was submitted is to the rear at 11 Radnor. Rednor, sorry. What we can see from, if we could just go back to that location map, it would be B. That 11 Rednor does not share a rear property line. It is actually essentially 1.5 properties to the south. The other thing I would say about that opposition letter from 11 Rednor, it really doesn't speak to any of the variances. The issue more has to do with traffic and the type of built form being the multiplex that we're proposing, which again is permitted under the zoning bylaw. I have prepared a presentation. I'm happy to run through it if the committee pleases. Essentially to deal with the SAS policy permitting multiplexes and how that relates to the property. Again, being located on Woodbine Avenue, which is a major street in both the zoning bylaw as well as the official plan. So I'm happy to answer any questions or run through my presentation if the committee pleases.
We can check that. But my intention is that we have to address to, the opposition's comment or concern, and then you have done it. Thank you. Yeah. So you mentioned that you have revised something on variance number 8, or what we have is correct? That is correct.
Madam Chair, we have revised it, and the funny thing, it actually is corrected on the screen there.
Okay.
So that is exactly where we are, which is reflective of the staff report, increasing that rear yard landscaping.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. So we see whether we have questions for you then. Yeah. Ms. West, please go ahead. Yeah.
Yes, through you, Madam Chair. I have a question regarding the variance number 3. The maximum building height is now 10.72 versus 72 meters, 7.2 meters. 10.72 meters is what you asked. The maximum is 7.2 meter. Would you please explain?
Yeah, absolutely. If we could go to my presentation material, being this is a multiplex, it's actually not subject to the policies of 4.1.5 in the official plan. It is subject to the SAS policies of 826, which deal with the official plan amendment to permit multiplexes. As I previously mentioned, Woodbine Avenue is not only a major street in the official plan, but also in the zoning bylaw. So separate of SASP 826, which permits under the official plan multiplexes, the official plan and zoning bylaw as a whole contemplates a higher intensity of use, as well as a larger mass located on major streets. In this case, Woodbine Avenue on both the east and the west side has a bike lane, again, offering southern traffic by bike as well as northern traffic on bike. To go back to where we are with that main wall height, that SAS policy, if we could bring it up, it is in my material that I submitted, again, speaks to properties. And again, these are some of the policies I've outlined, but that SAS policy speaks to the appropriateness of multiplexes and how they will differ from what is in that established neighborhood, again, to be able to accommodate a larger mass, a larger built form. We also see that, again, what relates to an increase in a main wall height or an increase in an overall building height, again, is an abolition of an FSI requirement. So there's somewhat of an understanding that a larger built form is appropriate where there is a multiplex, and that's addressed in that SAS policy. In terms of the context of where this sits on Woodbine, 2 streets to the north at Woodbine and O'Connor, we have 20-odd story apartment buildings, and essentially at Lumsden and Woodbine, we also see 3-story existing apartment buildings that are mixed use that resemble what is here today. We have worked with planning on the application. As you can see, there is no opposition from planning. Again, the only thing was the increase in the rear yard landscaping. I hope that answers your question, Madam Chair, through you, Mr. Territory West.
Yes. Yeah. Any other questions?
Just a question, Jonathan, about the rear balconies. I mean, you've got small bungalows on either side of your proposed application. Is there any overlook issues?
Through you, Madam Chair. Mr. Clay, that was one of the things I'd originally looked at when I was retained on this.
Mm-hmm.
The neighbor to the north has a shed. If we were to go back to the site plan, the neighbor to the, or the survey, the neighbor to the north has a shed that is located there. And to the south is also a shed, as we can see there. This is somewhat of a unique property, and it's actually subject to reciprocal right-of-ways, both at the north and the south. But those reciprocal right-of-ways actually don't extend into each property, whereas the subject property has access over a northern right-of-way, but the north property has no access over this property, whereas on the southern side, it's a little flipped. So the southern property actually has access over the subject property through that right-of-way. There are small encroachments, which again, aren't really where we are today. But what I would say is that overlook is mitigated, again, by the shed to the south, as well as a shed to the north. I would also say, through you, Madam Chair, Mr. Clay, we don't have either adjacent neighbor here in objection, which, again, being located on Woodbine, where it is a higher density, maybe speaks to that lack of impact that they see.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions? No more questions. We are in committee now. Oh, I'd like to just make a comment, Ms. West. When you raised the question, I know that you seem to not satisfied with the answer, but with my knowledge that you have to read the 2 height variance in tandem. The maximum height is 10 meters, and then if you have a flat roof, it was a 7.2 for the main wall. I think the bylaw will make then was to control people if they build a box, that the box will be at only 7.2. So, but if you have a sloped roof, the maximum height can go up to 10 meters, and that's at the time that when they still want to keep the characteristic of a residential house with a sloped roof. That's what the intent of the 2 bylaws. But for the current bylaw, that the official plan is encouraging 4-plex. And I think that if you do a 4-plex, this is quite difficult to meet. That's my understanding. If I'm wrong, you can correct me. Yes.
Well, I just wanted to talk about the merits of the proposal. I actually know the street very well.
Yes,
I think that this this proposal is will bring improvements to the street. It's going to add housing stock. I don't think a fourplex will create additional noticeable traffic.
Yeah.
The proposed building is actually in line with the neighborhood because there are other multi-use and 2- and 3-story buildings along that corridor. So I think it's a good proposal, very supportable. I'm actually glad to see it.
Yes.
Sound like a motion to me.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. Are there conditions or sorry? Is there?
I don't think so. I think the correction, yes, there is a condition, the staff report say that you have to tie to the site plan.
Sure, I'll move a motion forward to approve tied to site plans.
Yeah, maybe just refer to the staff report. That's longer than what I said.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
Certainly.
one condition on the staff report, yeah. Okay.
I'm happy to second that.
Okay, Mr. Reed, second, okay. All in favor? Unanimously approved. Thank you, it's approved, yeah. Okay, now we are at 2750 Dunlop Road. This is to construct a new 3-story detached dwelling with an integral garage leading to 4 parking spaces within the basement level and a rear 3rd floor the balcony and a rear ground floor terrace and a rear pool and cabana and a driveway in the front yard. Oh, yeah. So we receive a survey site plan, floor plan elevations, revised site plan, arborist report, and email from the agent and the storm drainage review from the agent, and we receive comment from transportations and staff report from urban forestry, and we receive support from 17 and 53 Dunlop Road, and we receive 2 oppositions. Yes, around 57 and 48 Dunlop Road. Yeah, we are ready.
Through you, Madam Chair, we have the agent online and the individual that had registered to speak from 48 Dunloe will not be speaking any longer. They've indicated to staff from their representative that they've withdrawn their opposition.
Okay, thank you. But there's another one that is still in opposition, right? That is another address, which is like 57.
They've not registered to speak, so there's no other registered speakers.
Okay, thank you. That's good. So yeah, please bring the applicant on.
Good evening, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Last name is Bronskill. First initial D for David, 333 Bay Street, Suite 3400, Toronto, Ontario. And I'm here as the agent on behalf of the applicant, Madam Chair. And staff are, I appreciate them raising this with you. This is hot off the press today. That's it. Thank you for orienting the map that way. That's great. You can see the subject site there. It's actually quite a long, deep site, which I think is relevant in terms of talking about some of the green space. But most importantly, it shows you 48 Dunloe to the south.
Mm-hmm.
And they had initially expressed concerns with an opposition letter. Those concerns, there was an agreement reached this morning. In fact, I think while I was at the committee before you, it was reached, which has then enabled their agent to indicate that they are no longer opposing and that neither their agent nor the owner, Mark Namer, would be speaking in opposition any longer on the basis of that agreement. I can quickly advise the committee that agreement doesn't require me to make any changes to the plans or changes to the variances, but I do just want to highlight, if staff don't mind pulling up the presentation that it would have been filed by Mr. Wengel's office and turn to later in that presentation, for example, page 12 of 19 might work. I just wanted to show you some of the 3D images just to explain what was reached as part of the agreement and why it's something that doesn't result in changes to the proposal, but still nonetheless I think is good for the committee to be aware of and is beneficial overall.
Mm-hmm.
If you see here, this is taken from the backyard at 48 Dunloe. one of the concerns, and actually maybe move up, staff, if you don't mind, one slide. Just it will, page 11 will come in from the top, and I can show you. There's the proposal. There on the right-hand side is 48 DUNLOE, and there was a bit of a concern about the way the one-story outdoor room extends slightly beyond their home and some of their outdoor space that's located in that area. And then if staff don't mind, then now going back to slide 12, what's being secured in part through the settlement is new privacy hedges, some screening, not as part of the structure, but privacy screening on those areas. These are all being secured through a private agreement that'll have both the existing hedges and new privacy hedges, and really create what I'm going to call a green buffer between those areas. I would have suggested to the committee, and apologies to staff, I'm just going to ask if you could to bounce back up to the site plan on page 2. I would have initially suggested to you that I didn't think there was much of an impact because it's a one-story portion. Through you, Madam Chair, to you, Mr. Clay, we've got the elevations that show the open area in that space. I would have suggested to you that I don't think there would have been much of an impact, but nonetheless, and we thank the neighbor for engaging, we've found a way to mitigate their concern through plantings, through soft edges, through some screening. I'm obviously not doing an exhaustive review of the agreement, and if the neighbors listening, it's not my intention to say that's exhaustive. I apologize if I'm missing other aspects of the agreement, but it did mitigate their concerns sufficiently that they could withdraw their objection. Okay. Just, Madam Chair, while I've got the site plan here, two things. One, you did note a letter of opposition. It is from across the street and up the street at 57. I'm not really going to go into it in much detail because I'm not sure they're impacted much by this. And what I just wanted to flag for the committee, subject to any questions you might have, and recognizing the late hour, this is one where I think the site plan really tells the story. If I go from right to left, you can see the front walls largely matching up. You can see the green line that shows the existing structure, the red line showing the proposed envelope. But most importantly, what's happening here is a lot of the proposed home is meeting the homes on the other sides. There is a length and depth variance here that's to the back of the roof the rear terrace, so it does include some underground, but we have included on the site plan dimensions related to the actual dwelling itself. The one-story building length is 26.16 meters, which largely matches the home at 54. You've got the second floor length at 19.91, the third floor length at 17.32. So a home that really terraces up. There's no rear yard landscaping variance. In fact, you can see how green it is. It is a really deep, generous lot and will stay really nice and green. And so I think overall, this is a great result in terms of a neighbor coming to the table and having discussions and working with our client to have their concerns addressed.
Thank you. Any questions?
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Reid, please. Yeah.
I'm just wondering if you'd be, given the very extensive depth variance, I'm wondering if you'd be okay if we tie this to elevations, just to secure that it's supposed to be terrace.
Through you, Madam Chair, I'm fine with tying to plans. This is an honest question. I'm not debating. Would you like site plan or elevations? I'm fine either way.
I think elevations, since that's really what we're concerned with.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I have no concern with that. Staff, I think in this package, although the plans are also before the committee, there are some elevations, and we would be fine. Yes, they show everything that you would need. So yes, through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Reid, yes. That is not a problem whatsoever.
Okay, so you agree to tie to both site plan and also elevations, right?
That's fine too, but that would encapsulate it. Madam Chair, Mr. Reid, through you to Mr. Reid, is correct that would prevent us, therefore, from deploying the length and depth variance for a portion of that underground. Anywhere else, it would also make sure that what I said to the committee about the second and third floor lengths are also detailed, so that we're not pushing those back further. It's what you see is what you get condition, and it's a fair condition.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Any more questions? No, we don't have any more questions, Mr. Bosque. Now we are in committee. Yeah. Mr.
was
Reed,
kind of,
yeah. Yes, please.
yeah. So I'm often a little skeptical about very, very deep variances, but in this case, first of all, it's a very deep lot, so I think that really mitigates that issue. And secondly, it does really align pretty well with the neighbors. So I think this is supportable.
Mm-hmm. And okay, and any other? Okay, it sounds like we have a motion here, Mr. Reed. Yeah.
Sure. I'll make a motion to approve these variances with forestry conditions, I think 1 and 2. Is that correct?
I have
Yes.
one. Yes, 1 and 2. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And with the condition that it be substantially in accordance with the site plan and elevations.
Okay. Anyone want to second that? Yeah. Mr. Bissonnette, second. All in favor with those conditions? All in favor is approved with those conditions. Thank you. Yeah. And now we move to number 28, which is number 28 is is 7 Mulberry Crescent. This is to alter the existing 1-story detached dwelling by constructing a front covered porch with stairs and a front integral garage and a complete addition on the 2nd and 3rd stories, and a east side rear 3rd floor addition with ground floor terrace and a rear ground floor 2nd and deck with stairs, and to convert the existing 1-story auxiliary building, which is a detached garage, into storage space, and also construct a front driveway abutting Mulberry Crescent. We receive a survey site plan, floor plan elevations, and a revised site plan and elevations. We receive 4 photographs for the subject property and corresponding also from the agent. We have we received indicating no comment from any of the departments. Yeah. We are ready for the...
Through you, Madam Chair, we have the agent on the line and no registered speakers.
Okay.
Yes, this is Joe Dome, 133 Torresdale Avenue, agent for the owner.
Yeah, can you also give us your address too, please? Yeah.
Yes, 133 Torresdale Avenue.
Yeah. You don't have any opposition, and would like to see whether our panel would require a presentation or we go straight to questions. Anyone wants to have a presentation? No, not from, but I'll wait till.
I do have a short presentation if required.
I'm going to
add some time.
let's wait the response. A short one? You want a short one? Okay. Yes. Please give us a short presentation then. Yeah.
Yes. Before I begin, as per discussions with planning staff, they did have one comment. So we would like to amend variance number 1 for the proposed front main entrance height to 1.42 meters.
Oh yes, that's a revision. So reduce to Okay. Thank you. So
from 1.67 meters
yes.
to 1.42 meters.
Yeah, that's a review. Okay, thank you. And
to note, there are other dwellings on the street that have existing or similar or taller entrances. 4 Mulberry was approved last month for 1.43 meter height. Variance number 2 refers to the proposed FSI of 1.18. This is primarily due to the basement being included in the FSI. If the basement were a bit lower below grade, the FSI would essentially comply with the bylaw. The proposal still manages to meet the bylaw for overall height, main wall height and length. The roof line design and use of different materials facing the streetscape minimizes impact. There are also similarly sized dwellings nearby. For example, 16 Holland Park Ave, about 25 meters southwest to the rear of the subject property. Variance number 3 refers to the rear main floor elevated deck, which is labeled a second story deck of 10.34 square meters. There is privacy screening incorporated into the design on both sides. There are also similar examples of nearby for elevated decks, including 13 and 11 Mulberry, and the latter also having a front-facing second-story balcony, in addition to the rear elevated deck and 16 Holland Park Avenue. Variance number 4 refers to the proposed front yard setback of 2.05 meters. It applies to the measurement to the cold room below the front porch, whereas the front main wall of the east side of the proposal is actually pushed back further, a further 0.61 meters and further back than the existing dwelling, as shown on elevation A307 and A308. And the first floor entrance on the west side is also pushed back a further 0.98 meters. So this application does improve on the existing conditions for front yard setback. And variance number 5 pertains to the proposed east side yard setback of 0.83 meters. It is common to have a similar or smaller setbacks in this area. Both adjacent neighbors have smaller side yard setbacks to the subject property lines. And finally, variances 6 and 7 refer to the front yard landscaping of 58% and rear yard landscaping of 46.37%. With the front yard improvements over the existing conditions, there's also additional front yard soft landscaping provided on the east side of the front yard now that an integral garage is included and the driveway no longer leads to the rear yard. Considerable soft landscaping is provided on the city boulevard portion of the front yard, and the driveway is proposed with permeable pavers. The existing curb cut would not be altered here. The rear yard soft landscaping also has been improved over the existing conditions, as the existing rear driveway leading to the garage will be converted to soft landscaping. And so the rear yard is within 3.69 square meters of complying with the bylaw, and there will be an additional 10 square meters of soft landscaping located underneath the rear deck. And planning staff have no concerns with the application. Overall, we feel the application is quite reasonable in minor nature. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, just a quick question. You have reduced the variance number 1, right? Is this, the drawings in front of us is already have that revision is accordingly?
So the
right?
latest drawings, do you have the latest drawings that were submitted? I believe, let me just quickly see.
Someone mentioned that is,
yes,
in the revised plan
there,
that we received.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, so we reflect the 1.42, right? Okay.
That's right.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? No, we don't have any more questions. Now we are in committee. Okay. Okay.
Sure. I'm happy. I think, with it was a very good presentation, actually, helpful to clarify what is being proposed. Quite frankly, this application actually improves the soft landscaping both in the rear and the front yard, which I think is commendable. I think it's not inconsistent with the surrounding neighborhood and many of the recent renovations on the street. So I think it would fit in quite well. I think the variances before us are really quite minor. And we do appreciate the applicant's efforts to actually improve on this application. I would wondered whether it would be, because it's got permeable pavers in the front and screening on the decks, I wonder if it's appropriate to tie to plans? Revised plan, thank you. That way we secure the privacy screening and we secure the permeable pavers in the front yard and the revised landscaping.
We can put that quick question to the applicant. Do you agree with that? If we put that as a condition?
Yes, that would be okay.
Okay, agreeable. Okay, thank you. Yes.
So with that, I'm happy to move approval of this application with the condition of tying it to the site plan and the elevations.
Yeah, the amended.
Revised site plan and revised elevations.
Yeah, amended application. Yes, Ms. West, second. All in favor? With the amended application. Thank you. Is all in favor in approved? Thank you. Okay. So we move to number 29 is 55 Avenue Road. This is to convert the retail space located on the east side and into a single eating establishment to be a individual restaurant use. We receive a survey site plan, floor plan elevation, 2 photographs of the property, decision affecting the property, and also OMB decision and planning rationale from the agent, and we have and presentation material from the agent too. We have received 1 opposition from the condominium above. Yeah. And we are ready here.
Through you, Madam Chair, we have the agent here in person, 1 registered speaker in person, and 2 registered speakers online.
All right, so you do have some oppositions. We require a presentation from you. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes.
I have a presentation if staff are able to bring it up. My name is Greg Ewens with Patori Planning and Management, representing the owners of 55 Avenue. My address is 1550 Kingston Road, Suite 1345. So we're here today requesting 2 variances, but it's really the same variance for both bylaws which apply to the site, specifically regarding the size of a single restaurant use within the CR zone. Next slide, please. The site is located at 55 Avenue Road on the east side of Avenue, just north of Bloor. It's known as the Yorkville Village Shopping Center. There's a residential building several floors above the area where the shopping center is located. And the 2 floors immediately above the proposed restaurant are commercial floors.
Okay.
Next slide, please. Those are the variances requested. Next slide, please. As you can see, we're requesting an increase in size from 400 square meters for a single restaurant to 1,199 square meters. Next slide, please. The same provision applies in both the citywide bylaw, which was carried forward from the previous 43886 zoning bylaw. This is the space where the restaurant's proposed, highlighted in orange. It's an irregular shaped space, formerly retail, located adjacent to an existing food court with 9 food stalls and a dining area. Next slide, please. The next slide, this shows some of the surrounding interior space in the area subject to the variance. A couple of things to note about this space. 1, it's irregular shape. 2, the depth from the main circulation area of the mall to the back of the site. The hallway from the east that projects into the space, into the middle of it with elevators, and then there's a utility and washroom corridor to the south, which you can see at the top right there, that image. So in the bylaw, I note there is no limit on the overall area within the mall that can be used for restaurants. The entire commercial area within the mall can be comprised of restaurants, and no variance would be necessary, provided each of the individual restaurants was 400 square meters or smaller. This being the case, we looked at whether or not it would be possible to partition this area into several smaller spaces, but there's issues with that due to the layout of the space. There's only windows on the east and west sides of the space, and the utility spaces on the north and south, and the protrusion into the space from the elevator core create awkward areas that wouldn't be great spaces, that would be hard to utilize them well. And there are already several smaller restaurants on the floor. The larger restaurant space is intended to complement those uses better. In fact, next slide, please. Yorkville is a destination area in the city with many large restaurants in and around the same size as we're requesting. You can see them on this slide here. I won't go through them all. The area is dense. It's very well served by transit and a wide variety of commercial space sizes. And many of these larger restaurants, portions of them that you can see here, are located on floors other than the ground level, like what's proposed here, and that's important. Regarding the planning merits of the application, Official Plan Policy 451 permits restaurant uses in mixed-use areas with no size constraints. 6421 of the Downtown Secondary Plan suggests that commercial uses that are larger be located on the second level above or below grade to promote active varied streetscapes. And the proposed space is not located on a streetscape. It's located on the lower level, so its size has no impact on the streetscape or active uses. In fact, in contemporary mixed-use development, where there's larger commercial areas that are shared with residential sites, think the Galleria Mall, Honest Ed's, there is no restaurant limit or a much larger one around 5,000 square meters. The city often applies size restrictions to commercial areas at the ground floor, but not on the other floors, as the impacts on the streetscape are not relevant in those cases. In fact, 33 Avenue Road, which is immediately south of this development, is a mixed-use commercial development with a council-approved bylaw which removes all restaurant size limits from the site. There's a letter of concern that we have reviewed, and our client has reached out to the owners of the condominium corporation as well to discuss. They have an ongoing relationship as their neighbors. Regarding garbage collection, the site has private collection from an internal loading area. Regarding ventilation, an ecologizer or commercial air filter is a licensing requirement, and I believe an OBC requirement. Grease traps are located below grade and collected within an underground area. A lot of the impacts are generally addressed through the OBC, Ontario Building Code, and licensing requirements. Regarding traffic, there's no concerns from transportation services staff. And I believe that the impacts associated with one restaurant, one kitchen, and one storage area are comparable or even less than the case where you had 3 restaurants with 3 kitchens, 3 grease traps, 3 back-of-house areas, and so on. My client's committed to continuing to work with neighbors. We spoke with city planning staff who have no concerns. We spoke with the BIA who has no concerns. In my view, the variances are minor in nature, meet the 4 tests, and constitute good planning. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes. We will listen to other speakers and then we'll get back to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Hi, yes.
Good afternoon again. My name is Michael Manette from M-Plan. I don't believe I gave you my home address last time, or the office address. It's 23 Foxwood Road in Thornhill. Okay. And I'm here on behalf of Metropolitan Toronto Condominium Corporation number 1395, municipally located at 55A Avenue Road and 18A Hazelton Avenue. And that's situated directly above the subject site. I filed a report that's dated February 4th, 2025. Hopefully you've had a chance to look at that. I'm going to just go over some highlights from that. The key issue is the condominium association and the 2 residential buildings are in opposition to the application. And those 2 towers make up the MTCC 1395. Current vacant commercial unit with the rear entrance leads out to a sunken outdoor patio area, and this area is immediately adjacent to the entrance to 18 Hazelton Avenue, one of the towers that constitutes MTCC 1395. Mm-hmm. The applicant wishes to convert the vacant commercial unit from a retail use to an eating establishment that is 1198.91 meters in size, which is approximately 3 times the permitted size for a single restaurant, which is the minor variance requested, and there's both bylaws that have the same cap of 400 square meters. So the key issue is that it's very clear in both bylaws that there is no permission for any individual eating establishments that are greater in size than 400 square meters on the subject site. The eating establishments, I should say that under zoning bylaw 569213, the site is zoned CR30 bracket C20R3, and there's SS1, which is an exception 2528. The SS1 in the zone stands for Development Standard Set 1, one of 3 standard sets that provide different regulations for CR zones depending on the site-specific context. According to regulation under the bylaw, eating establishments in SS1 are limited to 400 meters squared if they are within 6.1 meters of a residential zone category or a residential apartment zone category. Therefore, the intent of these regulations is to minimize the conflict between large eating establishments and nearby residences in the form of noise, pedestrian traffic, or smells. These are precisely the concerns that MTCC 1395 has regarding the proposed minor variance. The exception permits a large number of smaller establishments because the adverse impact is minimized by the size of individual uses and their hours of operation linked to the operation of a mall. An eating establishment that is proposed to be 1199 square meters in size is likely more of a destination location and has the potential for larger gatherings of people at a venue for extended periods of time, including banquets and themed functions. These events will likely generate greater pedestrian traffic, operate for longer hours, and host larger sized groups than a smaller restaurant of 400 meters squared or less in size. This circumstance would further be exacerbated if the proposed restaurant was to gain access to the patio located immediately outside and easily accessible to the restaurant space. And that's right next to the entrance to the residential condominium. The applicant's rationale indicates that it's impractical to partition the specific retail space into smaller spaces for multiple uses. There's no evidence has been provided to support this, and given the size of the space, it appears that certainly could be opportunities to further divide the space into other retail units with the possibility of smaller food court type uses, restaurants, and retail space. No consideration has been indicated of the impact on the coexisting residential towers and the residents located above the commercial space with access immediately adjacent to the entrance exit to the proposed restaurant space from Hazelton Avenue. Reference is made to other restaurants in the area, but the nature and location of those restaurants is not described, and their circumstances are neither comparable or relevant to the consideration of this subject minor variance application. With respect to the official plan, in supporting the variances to permit a restaurant of 1198.91 meters squared, 3 times the permitted maximum restaurant size, the site's attributes and context specifically related to the relationship of the residential condominium uses above and the access locations have not been considered. The reference to larger stores and their location within the retail component of the building does not reference a restaurant. The fact that the applicable zoning bylaws specifically address restaurant size and prohibit any larger than 400 meter squares on the subject site requires significant justification, which has not been provided. The general intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw, in this case both applicable zoning bylaws, has not been met by the applicant. The intent of the bylaw is very clear in keeping the individual restaurant sizes small while allowing for a number of restaurants on the site to provide for the abundance of shops, restaurants, and cafes as outlined in the downtown secondary plan. A proposed restaurant that is 3 times the permitted size should not be considered as minor, especially without sufficient justification.
Thank you. Your 5 minutes is up, so.
Okay,
yeah,
so I can just refer you to the last page of my report, which summarizes and comes to the conclusion that it's, we feel the application be denied.
Thank you. Yeah, you have question.
Yeah, I do. I'm trying to understand this. So one of the concerns reading your material, and I think you mentioned, was that the entrance to this new restaurant is proximate to the entrance to your client's condominium, right?
Right.
So what's the worry there? People are going to be walking by the entrance?
Well, for example, if there was an event going on, the expectation is that a large restaurant would probably not operate with the same hours that the mall does, because the mall has, it's generally for people during the day and people
I'm just more interested in this issue about, proximity to.
So there would be activities outside. If the patio gets used by the restaurant, then there's going to be evening activities there, and the people coming in and out of the residential condos would be affected by that. And there's the...
Not to be argumentative, but if there were 3 400 square meter restaurants there, one of those 3 restaurants could actually similarly have access to the patio.
That's correct, but the smaller restaurant would not likely be operating in a similar fashion that the large one would, which would be more likely to have the larger gatherings and events where you'd have more noise and activity.
Okay. Debatable. And the other things, odors, noise, and again, if you had 3 smaller restaurants, you think that just because it's larger, that those issues are more extreme?
Well, I think the concern is with the larger space, you'd have different activities where you'd have more occupation at later hours, and the volume of, you may have 3 smaller restaurants with those facilities, but the larger restaurant would have to have accommodation of larger facilities to accommodate the larger space. So I don't think you'd have the same type, you'd have the same type of those infrastructure spaces. They would have to be larger for the larger restaurant to operate.
Okay.
My question, actually, we have the photograph before. Can we bring it back up with the entrance? It seems that, am I right? Yes, this one. The entrance to the condo is go upstairs, right? One of those two pairs of doors is.
Can you zoom that a bit? Because I can't see it from here very well.
Okay. And then the restaurant entrance is actually going down, right? For the.
Yeah.
So you
So you
sort
see,
of split up, right? You will split up, the restaurant is going down to a concourse, is that right?
I'm not sure that's the same entrance that's used by the residents. That's just the retail entrance, from what I can see.
Okay. So I'm not too sure, I cannot visualize how close those two entrances you mentioned to the condo and to the restaurants. I thought that photograph shows there's a split, one is done.
Can you zoom that one too? That might be the one that we're looking for.
Okay.
If I could see what it's, the entrance to 18A Hazelton Lanes is the one that we're talking about.
On the bridge above, right?
Right.
And then the entrance to the restaurant is down here on the concourse level.
Yeah, I think that this doesn't show where the patio is located. I think one of the other speakers may have some photographs that show the entrance to the condo itself.
Chair, maybe this
Yes.
might be a good thing to put to the agent,
Yes.
have him
Yes.
help us out.
Oh, help us out because the one is very close, the other one is, I got confused, it's already split up at a pedestrian level.
I have the same question, yeah.
Yeah. So maybe the agent can help us to understand the locations of these entrances. Yeah. Yes, please, because we do not, because he said that this is not indicating the entrance to the condo.
Rebutting now, or?
Or.
Shouldn't
maybe
we wait till he?
We wait, sorry,
Okay.
we are out of order, sorry, because, all right, so any question to this speaker first? We have entrance questions. All right, no more questions for you, we can bring back the agent for his response.
Through you, Madam Chair, we have two online
Oh,
speakers.
sorry, I've forgotten, yes, let's listen to the other two speakers.
Good evening, members of the committee. Good evening, Madam Chair.
Yes, please.
My name is Julia Laurier. My address, my corporate office is 5255 Yonge Street, Suite 701 in Toronto.
Yes.
And I'm the agent for the Condo Corporation, 1395, which is, as the speakers before me have said, it's a residential condo. It's comprised of two towers. Located at 55A Avenue Road and also 18A Hazelton Avenue. And the towers sit on top of this retail mall known as Yorkville Village. And of course, the condo objects to the minor variance application for the reasons set out in Mr. Manette's report dated February 4th. And also the reasons set out in my letter dated February 5th, which as the committee had a chance to review. To answer your question about the concern regarding the proximity between the restaurant and the entrance to the condo, the photo you're looking at right now, see where it says 18A, the residence of Hazelton Lanes? Right there, that is the entrance to the condo corporation, okay? And where those two doors are to the right of the photo, those two doors, that is the entrance to the proposed restaurant.
Mm-hmm.
So to confirm, yes, the proposed restaurant, it may be accessed from the mall, which is known as Yorkville Village, which is right above. So in the initial photos that you saw, there was a stairs going above, stairs going below. The above, yes, the proposed restaurant may be accessed from there. However, and this is the great concern here, is that the entrance to the proposed restaurant from Hazelton Avenue is directly adjacent to the condo's entrance at 18A Hazelton. They're, as you can see, they're next door to each other. There may be 20 steps apart. And as a matter of possibly necessity, given the operating hours and given the proximity, patrons of this proposed restaurant would be required to pass by the condo's entrance at 18 Hazelton to gain access or to exit the proposed restaurant, again, from Hazelton Avenue. And the photos that are attached show the closeness, show the proximity between the two. And the concern with that is that it's a safety and a security risk. This will result in increased foot traffic and loitering near the condo entrance, which poses a direct security concerns for residents accessing their home. And, in addition to a number of other concerns, such as noise and disturbance. As Mr. Manette said earlier, this is a 1,200 square meter restaurant, 3 times the size that is currently permitted. And so a restaurant of this type, and I signed the prior picture that the planner from Bantry showed, it's comparable to Casimoto. I've been to Casimoto. It's a large restaurant. There's a lot of noise coming from there. And so certainly it will be able to host large gatherings, presumably have extended hours of operation compared to a smaller restaurant of 400 square meters or less. And this will, this may generate substantial noise, and this will disturb residents living above or even near the proposed site. And unfortunately, the applicant has not provided any evidence demonstrating that the proposed restaurant will not be noisy, will not cause a disturbance. This is a residential condo, and owners should have the right to enjoy their units, the common elements, in peace and quiet. Other concerns are that a restaurant of, again, 1,200 square meters, it's going to result in increased traffic and also parking issues. There's going to be foot traffic, vehicle traffic, and it's such a busy area. And unfortunately, no evidence has been provided by the applicant to demonstrate how they will mitigate congestion, parking issues. And again, really just going back to that safety and security risk and the possibility of, that they might be able to have the use of this patio, which is located right outside on 18 Hazelton, right outside the condo's entrance. And if that's the case, then, that's going to exacerbate the concerns, the noise, the odor, the security concerns. And with respect to odors, I understand that the speaker from Bantry, they said that, those concerns will be addressed because it's an OBCA requirement. But please consider that this building was constructed in the mid-1970s. And so it perhaps lacks the infrastructure to accommodate modern restaurant ventilation, grease traps, refuse disposal systems that will accommodate, again, such a large restaurant.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any question to this speaker? I do have one question, though. You have asked the applicants to so maybe provide evidence or data that a big restaurant will automatically create more noise and more disturbance, more traffic. But do you have the reverse evidence that 3 restaurants will be less disturbance than one large, as 3 smaller or 4 smaller restaurants will be less disturbance to a larger one? Do you actually also have some kind of study to show us that is true, or whether we just take your words that is the case?
Madam Chair, that's a great question. And unfortunately, given the short period of time that we had to compile this information, unfortunately, I don't have any expert evidence to provide. Yes. Just more of a experience, I would say, approach that a large restaurant certainly generates more noise than a smaller one.
Yes. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I only just a question to throw it out there because, for example, if they have smaller restaurants, like let's 3 to 4, and they might not be the same kind of restaurants, or maybe some will be pubs, or some will be breakfast or brunch restaurants. I will think that actually that's quite unpredictable whether those separate operation will create less disturbance, and that's my question, throw it out there. Okay.
Yeah, and in this area, I mean,
yes.
The speaker compared it to, for example, like, again, Casimoto, Sassafras, very lively establishments. Yes. Mm-hmm. And the concern that if this area is also a home to such a lively establishment, the residents will certainly be quite disturbed by the noise and the liveliness of this.
Yeah, thank you. We heard your argument. I'm just throwing into a counter argument. We do have another question for you here. Yes.
Sorry. So, am I correct that where this restaurant is being proposed on the interior, there's a food court with the smaller restaurants? Is that correct?
Yes, there appears to be other food establishments in the mall. Correct, like small ones.
What time
Fast
do those
food takeout?
What time do those restaurants close?
I believe that it's mall hours. So if the mall is open until say 8 o'clock, the restaurants would certainly be required to be closed at 8 o'clock.
Right. Okay.
Again, that's my belief. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions to this speaker? Okay. We still have a couple more speakers, right? Let's move to the next one.
Hello, hi, my name is Mercedes Grundy, and I live in a condo at 18A Hazelton Avenue in Suite 404. I'm one of the residents who would be living above where the restaurant is proposed. And I just had sort of more questions than complaints. There wasn't a lot of information about what would happen with this courtyard. And so my concerns were sort of around if there would be outdoor restaurant seating. I am concerned about noise and food smells. Currently, since I've been living here, it's been a retail space, like a clothing store. So we haven't had to sort of contend with smells and noises from 3 different establishments, let alone this larger one. So those would be my concerns, and also just, I guess, the amount of people coming into the entrance that would be so close to our residential entrance.
Okay, so those are the, similar to other concerns, your concerns. So, right, thank you. So any question to this speaker? No. Okay, the next one, I think it's the last one, next one. Right? Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, that was the end of the registered speakers.
Oh, okay. So we have finished this. All the people spoken. Let's bring back the agent. And I hope you have taken notes of what all the concerns are. Yeah.
Yes, Madam Chair. So I'll go through these in some kind of order. There was a lot of discussion about a patio. The submitted plans do not contain a patio. If we had submitted plans with a patio, there may be further variances that are required. If there's one proposed in the future, we'd be subject to any requirements related to the patio in the bylaw and also the municipal code. The application here is for the interior use of space within the building. Regarding access, there's speculation that the main access to the proposed restaurant is off the east side of the property. If you look on the floor plans, you can see there's a door facing into the mall. I think this is really intended to be the main access, just to the lower part. If you go further, lower the screen there, down further, plan south. Further down, there it is. There's a picture of it as well in my presentation, but you can see that recessed entry is the main entry to this space. So this would be the primary area from which people would enter this, and they would arrive into the mall where you access it off Avenue Road. You go down a flight of stairs, you go through the food court. If you partition this space, what you likely do is you create the need for a pedestrian circulation area through the middle of it that inevitably ends up with a door going out of the east side of the building, which is where some of the speakers talked about not wanting to create increased pedestrian traffic. But if you have, if you partition the subject area into a number of different spaces, if you're moving into that space, it's likely that there's going to be some kind of a circulation area or even an access that will go out the door. There's an existing door there now. And so that would create a situation where you have people walking through that space, probably with more frequency, and walking through there to get into the mall as opposed to just access a restaurant. Regarding safety and security, there are a lot of spaces looking into this area. If you look on the photos, there are houses, house-form buildings which have commercial uses on the east side. There's the condominium above. There are windows for various uses. I understand the safety and security argument, but this is an area where it is a dense area. There are a lot of eyes on this space. And I believe there are security staff that occupy the commercial space as well in off hours. Regarding the OBC, whether the building was constructed in the 70s or earlier, renovations still have to comply with the Ontario Building Code. And I will say that the commercial portion of this building was fully renovated with updated HVAC and other infrastructure in 2016. So I don't have any concerns about it being able to accommodate necessary ventilation equipment to address the noise issues or the issues with odors or whatever from restaurants. Regarding the intent of the zoning bylaw and the 6.1 meter separation distance, there was a 2023 report from City Planning on the ongoing nighttime economy work, which discussed the development of standards for eating establishments and other similar uses. And in that report, staff advised that the origin of the 400 square meter limit and the 6.1 meter separation to residential zone requirement that is commonly paired together is intended to prevent large restaurants fronting main streets. The nearest residential zone to the area where the restaurant is proposed here is 40 meters away. The nearest residential use is several stories above, because there are 2 commercial floors above where the restaurant is. So well more than 6.1 meters away from the proposed restaurant, whichever way you look. And so that it's not within this distance. The zoning, in my view, and in staff's view, based on their 2023 report, doesn't intend to limit restaurant sizes in this regard. Further, as I said, just to the south, there was a zoning amendment for a commercial and mixed-use building, which has over 4,000 square meters of commercial space. The bylaw provisions to restrict restaurant sizes were removed from that site-specific exception as well. So staff are clearly of the opinion that commercial spaces fronting onto Avenue Road, it is appropriate to have restaurants of the size that is permitted. That's the site immediately to the south. And then finally, regarding the secondary plan, because that was raised, the only guidance with regard to large commercial spaces in the downtown secondary plan is in policy 642.1, which contemplates that larger commercial spaces, exist, restaurants, retail, and whatnot in the downtown, but it states that they should be located on the second floor or the basement levels, and this proposed space is located on the basement level. I believe that covers everything. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was really a good explanation. Yeah, very good. Any question to the applicant now? We do have some questions. So.
Okay.
I guess the primary concern, I think, is, I know there's other concerns, but it seems to me that the most plausible concern of the residents is noise. That, you'll end up with like a party or a wedding thing that goes late into the night. That's not really something that they expect at the current situation, because they don't face right onto the street. And that's really about access to that sort of patio and entrance area. Is there anything we could do or you could offer as a condition or something like that that would alleviate those concerns and reassure them that the main entrance is going to be from inside the mall and that there's not going to be people spilling out into that space and making noise?
Through you, Madam Chair, we could, I'm not sure what the committee would be able to do in that regard. I can tell you there's not a lessee for this yet, so there's no layout, there's no kind of space that's assigned for this. I can tell you the way the space is laid out right now, the natural entrance to this is from the mall, and that's sort of how this is being characterized. If there was a condition that the primary entrance to the restaurant be from the interior from the mall, that's something that I think reflects the plans.
Yes. I'd like to comment on that. I tend to agree with that because you are not applying anything regarding the use of the patio right now, right? So sometimes we do have put conditions on the use of patio that limit the amplified music or anything. But since this is not part of the application now, I do not think that we can impose conditions on the use of the patio, right? It's not related.
Not before us.
Yeah, it's not before us. So that's why, Mr. Reid, I do not. I sort of know what you're heading towards, but they are not talking about the patio at all. I think the patio is the main source of noise.
Here's the thing. It's a restaurant. There could be a party. If there's an entrance on there, it's not necessarily it's an official patio. It's that people will spill out. They want to go for a smoke. They want to go for a chat. They want to the concern of the residents is that there's going to be music or noise or chatter that goes late into the night in that space. So if we can say that the primary entrance is from the mall, so that avoids, making the entrance somewhere else where there's going to be encouraging people to go out. I think that will help alleviate those concerns. And it doesn't have to be whether there's a patio or not. I mean, anyone who knows a restaurant knows that you don't have to have a patio for people to be like opening a door to let in air and letting out loud music, or going and chatting, or all these kinds of things, right? So what we want to do is we want to find a way to support what the applicant is saying, which is that, but also reassure the residents that it's not in fact going to be this massive, noise area. There's going to be, that in fact, the primary focus of the restaurant is going to be interior, or it's not going to affect them.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay, any more questions to the applicant? Yes.
Yeah, right now, Mr. Ewan, so we have before us a proposal for a restaurant. It's not a proposal for a bar. Can you just share with us the distinction between a permission for a bar versus a restaurant?
Certainly. Through you, Madam Chair, the use of a restaurant as defined in the zoning bylaw has been made a lot less specific within the past 10 years when the city revisited a number of its commercial area definitions. There would be, of course, bar service. You would be able to get an alcoholic drink or a drink at a restaurant that's located here. But in terms of the use being a nightclub, that is a distinct use in the zoning bylaw, which is not permitted on this site. Right. And so it's also subject to wildly different licensing requirements. And again, you have to have the use as a permitted use. So nightclub's not permitted. It's not what's proposed. We're requesting a restaurant use which is permitted in accordance with the definition.
Right, and everyone's mind goes straight to amplified music and noise and that sort of thing, but that's not necessarily contemplated under a restaurant application.
No, and again, there are a number of municipal code requirements regarding the operation of restaurants that seek to address those matters where they could be an issue for adjacent property owners.
Thank you. Secondly, I appreciate your point about the primary entrance to this facility. We heard a lot of people, and it was confusing to me, raise concerns about intermingling between prospective patrons versus the people that want to enter and exit their condo. That area that was shown in the photo, I presume that's not private property. It is either some sort of easement or some sort of right-of-way or some sort of common space, public space, for lack of a better word. Is that your understanding?
My understanding is there's access, there would be access rights for people in the building, people visiting the mall. When I did site visits, I walked out there. It's open to the public. You can't get into the building, of course, because there's nothing in that space from those doors. Right. But yeah,
but there's no restrictions on it being, even if it was a secondary or tertiary entrance, there's no restrictions that say you can't use it for that purpose.
No, not that I'm aware of. And really, given the nature of the building that shares commercial and residential spaces, there's probably a lot of interaction between people going to commercial spaces and the residents of the building.
For sure.
On the daily. Yeah.
For sure. Okay, that's helpful. I just wanted to clarify those two things to sort of put people's fears a little bit to rest.
Thank you. Any more questions? So we don't have any more questions for you, so we are in committee now. So anyone wants to start? I just make a very quick comment. Where the location is, and we all know about this building. And also, I think that, it seems to be that if we promote the vibrancy of the area, which is a mixed use, commercial, and all kinds of activity going on, and then we'll still preserve the sort of the tranquility of a residential condo, sometimes this kind of concern will raise. But I just want to point out that in reality, this area is capable, or is designed, even the building itself is designed for mixed use with different activities going on. And we can't ignore that, the design reality.
Yeah, I would agree with you. This is basically a condo over a mall for all
Yeah.
intents and purposes, right? So there's an expectation there's going to be some sort of animation on the lower floors. I think the reality of it is that the zoning allows for restaurant use, whether it's 3 of 400 meters or whether it's 1 of 1,200 meters. I'm not sure that the difference is significant or substantial in terms of what the impact is on the residents. I don't see a conflict between people entering and exiting the restaurant because, as the agent pointed out, the primary entrance is going to be from within the mall, and I think that's probably how most people would access this restaurant. And it's not going to be a nightclub. It's not going to have booming music because that would trigger a whole bunch of other permits and requirements. So this is a restaurant, and yes, it might go till 11 or midnight, but generally speaking, you're not getting, it's probably going to be a high-end restaurant too. You're not going to be getting, a certain clientele that might generate that kind of negative interaction with residents. So I think it's a supportable application, frankly.
Yes.
Can I?
Yes,
So,
please, David.
yeah, thanks. So first of all, I think this is an extraordinarily difficult location to animate, and I totally understand the desire to create a restaurant there because it's just not a location that's going to get a lot of foot traffic. It's a difficult retail location, so I understand that. Secondly, I do think that there is validity to the argument that a smaller restaurant would not be open as late. Smaller restaurants tend to service more a kind of a takeout or a passing by thing. A larger restaurant is going to be open later. I don't know if Larry's been to restaurants recently, but a lot of them actually have very loud music. So I think that is a valid concern. Like it would be open later. There is a chance for louder music. So I think these are valid concerns and should be acknowledged. Also, this is a slightly recessed condo, so the people living in there would have less expectation of noise than, say, someone living next door where you're actually facing right on the street. So people there might have purchased it with a slight expectation of a slightly more quiet thing, and the mall does close at 8, so you'd expect that it wouldn't be open. Having said those things, I feel like I agree that it's not really practical given the layout to have smaller restaurants, and like I said, clearly this is a challenging space to actually animate. So I think that it's a reasonable. On the balance, it's a reasonable request, but I think that we should be cognizant of the concerns of the people living there. They didn't expect to have a restaurant down below. And I do think that it would be valuable to put the condition that the primary entrance be within from the mall side, just to shape the expectations of whoever does lease the place.
Yes, I just have a quick question from Madam Secretary Treasurer. In case if we want to approve this application, do you recommend that we put a timeline of for 3 years, 2 years, or 5 years?
Through you, Madam Chair, we're not looking at a use variance application, so I wouldn't suggest that.
Okay.
And I would be cautious about imposing a condition about the primary access, only because who is going to police that on a daily basis? I think at this point, if there are issues, a call can get put into 311. Inspectors can go out to the site and conduct noise testings, but I leave that with you just as something cautious to think about.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, Madam Chair, we can't hear you. Please turn on your microphone.
I'm so sorry, yeah. I'm glad that you answered that question because I was going to answer in similar way to put, if we're going to put a condition to say which entrance have to be a primary entrance, I don't think we can enforce that. And also it is probably not quite reasonable because we do not even, they only asking for the for this restaurant use. The actual layout we really you cannot predict, and I don't think you can actually meaningfully enforce which one is the primary entrance. Yeah, that's what I think. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
I would agree, and even putting a time limit on it, that really restricts the ability to lease the property because I think it has an impact on whether someone will be prepared to invest or not. So I'm not sure that's a great idea. I personally, I think it's fine the way it is. It's proposed. I felt satisfied with the responses to the condo residents and associations' concerns.
Yeah, I think so too. So do we have a motion, or do we want to have more discussion?
I'm happy to do a motion and see where it goes, Mr. Chair.
Yes, please. Yes.
I will approve. I will move approval of this application. I think there's no amendments to it. It's the same one. There's no conditions.
No.
So I'll just move approval.
Yeah. Mr. Bissonnette, second. We have a second here. And all in favor? Raise your hand. Mr. Reid dissent, I believe, right? Yes, Mr. Dissent. 4-1. Approve, yes. Thank you. Okay, the next item is number 30, 19 COLIN Avenue. This is to construct a new 3-story detached dwelling with a front integral garage and a covered front porch and stair, and a rear ground floor patio with a rear third floor covered balcony. The existing rear in-ground swimming pool, hot tubs, and cabana will be maintained and unaltered. We have received a survey, site plan, floor plan, and elevations, and a red line zoning notice, and 3 photographs and email corresponding from the agent, and arborist report and presentation material from the agent. And we have received comment from development engineering and also staff report from urban forestry, and received support from 3 addresses on Collins Avenue. And we haven't received any opposition on this application. Can we bring the applicant?
Through you, Madam Chair, we have the agent online and no registered speakers.
Yes, yep.
Good evening, Madam Chair. Third time today with you, Mr. Bronskill, first initial D for David, 333 Bay Street, Suite 3400, Toronto, Ontario.
Yeah. So, Mr. Bronskill, you do not have any opposition on this file. Let me check whether any of us want to have a presentation, or we just go straight to questions. Anyone wants the presentation?
No, I'm good.
No. Okay, we do not require presentation. So anyone have any questions? Yes, please, go ahead. Yeah.
So is the intention to tear down the existing house and build a net new home on the lot?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, that is the intention.
Thank you.
Oh, except for the hot tub and the swimming pool, that part is maintained, right? Yeah.
That's correct. The cabana at the back, but the existing dwelling would come down. It's shown in green on the site plan, or you can see it there in the faint outline as well.
Okay. Yeah.
There it is in green through you, Madam Chair.
Yes, thank you.
So it was redlined, right? Should we go through the change?
Yes, you do have a red line notice. There's some changes that you have to tell us. Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, if the presenter can just present the agenda page. The 5 variances that are shown is what includes those revisions from the zoning review.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's,
Yes.
I see.
Through you, Madam Chair, for example, that 0.77 is the slightly reduced FSI, just as one example, so they're there.
So it's already revised, the agenda been revised accordingly, that's what, yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay, any other questions, please? Yeah. No more questions. So, Mr. Bronsky, we do not have any more questions. Do you have anything you want to address the panel before we move into discussion?
Madam Chair, I would only note, just if the colored site plan is up, I do think it's a relatively, compared to the existing red line that you could have and the green line, it's a well thought out and relatively modest proposal. What I mean by that, Madam Chair, is on the one side at the top there, which is the north, you can see the existing green, and it's quite a tight side yard setback.
Mm-hmm.
You can see in red where the required setbacks would be and how the proposal is actually just inside those. So it's in fact a little bit more generous in the side yards. The rear portion that's extending slightly beyond, it's not as far as a permitted projection, but because it doesn't have the setback, it's triggering the additional length. So it's actually, although there are some variances here, I am just going to suggest to the committee it's very well thought out, quite modest and quite generous as it relates to its neighbors. And finally, the last thing I'd say is the driveway is also ensuring the protection of a fairly significant street tree with a 0.83 diameter, and you can see that in the curve of the driveway. So what is excellent is that the that green leafscape for Colin Avenue will be maintained.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Yeah. All right, so we are in committee now. Thank you. Yeah. So anyone want to start? Some comments? Yes.
I just can tell you that it's a very supportive application. It's minor, and I don't have any question.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd agree. Again, this is a 3-story, but it's actually, if you look at the massing on the 3rd story, it's actually quite sensitive to the neighborhood, and I'm going to call it probably incorrectly a mansard roof, but it may or may not be that. But it does, I think, is sympathetic to its height. And if you look at the streetscape, this is quite a common architectural style and size for the street and the neighborhood.
Okay.
So I think it's quite supportable.
So, Ms. West, you want to make a motion? Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, I would like to put forward a motion to approve this application with only one condition of urban forestry, condition number 1 and 2.
1 and 2, yes. And do we have a second to the motion? Mr. Clay, second. All in favor with the conditions? Thank you very much.
Is that it for Mr. Bronskill for today?
No, we have one more item. Yeah, it's almost. Yeah, we have a simple day today. Yeah, so it's approved unanimously for the last item. So now we move the last item for number 31, 25 WARWICK Street East. This is to alter the existing 2.5-story detached dwelling by constructing a rear first floor addition and a balcony at the southeast corner, and we is 1-story and 2-story additions, and a front basement walkout, and a rear ground floor covered landing with stairs, and a rear ground floor deck. We receive a survey, site plan, floor plan, elevation, cover letter from the agent, and decision affecting the property, and comparable chart from the agent, and also from a tree protection plan from the agent. And we have received support from 29, and also there are 4 forms of letter of support, all on WARWICK Street East. Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, we have the agent online and no registered speakers. Tom?
Yes, my name's Tom Sprague. Can you hear me?
Yes, you can speak a little louder. Yeah.
Okay, great, yes. My name's Tom Sprague from Sprague & Company. architects, and our office is located here in Toronto at 156 Duncan Mill Road. I'll just give a very quick background to this application. First of all, the owners purchased the property in 2023 from previous owners, and they now do want to add on and add additional living space that they do require for their family. I should say in this case, there's been really great interaction with the neighbors, and in particular, the two neighbors on each side who are very, very supportive of what is being proposed and the improvements they're planning to make to the property. Those are the letters that you mentioned on the 4 letters, but the 2 immediate neighbors are probably the most relevant ones in this case. In terms of the another background to the application, if you could turn, I sent a cover letter through, and it gives a bit of background because actually this went to, yes, it's a letter there which just sort of summarizes a bit of the background, because there was an application made in 2016 for an addition. And in fact, the variances that were approved with that, albeit a different design, but the building length, as can be seen, was greater than what we're asking for now, as well as the building depth is more. So as can be seen, it's a different design, of course, but what we're asking for more is really less than what it was actually approved back in 2016. I also, just for the committee's information, put in a supporting material which highlights sort of the different, if you pulled up supporting material, if you could do, yeah. That just shows, put it into perspective of other projects and homes in the area. And as can be seen, what we're proposing is very much in keeping with the size and scale of other homes in the area. So just in summary, in my feeling, this is minor, it's certainly appropriate. And I think also, importantly as well, the neighbors are very supportive in this case. So thank you very much.
Just a question. I just noticed it's a heritage designated. I was wondering if you talked to Heritage, or or if it was not.
Yes,
didn't really,
yes, no, exactly. We've had communications. They haven't expressed any concerns at all. So no, we talked to them, oh gosh, a month and a half ago. So yeah.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Through you, Madam Chair, if you could just turn on your microphone.
Oh, sorry. Yes, I keep forgetting. Any other questions, please? Okay, we do not have any more questions now. We are ready to discuss this case. We are in committee now. Yeah. Okay, it's good to see that there's no opposition, and then they seem to have a lot of support just with next adjacent neighbors. Okay, yeah.
It's actually better than the proposal that they previously got approval for.
Is it true? Yeah. So would you like to make a motion?
I thought Brian was going to.
I'll make a motion indeed,
Yes,
to approve the application. And I commend the applicant on their outreach with their neighbors.
Oh, okay. As a second, we have a second. Mr. Weed? Oh, yeah, Mr. West, Ms. West. Second, all approved with no conditions, right? Yeah, unanimously approved. Thank you. It's approved, and then that marked the end of our hearing today. Is 7:50. Meeting adjourned.
I was wondering whether we'd make it past the 7:30 mark. Turns out we did.
Not intense.
Thank you, everyone.
I don't think that was our preferred option.
No, it was not.
It's no intentions.
Safe
Thank you,
travels
Sabrina.
home.
Hope you're feeling better. Thank
Hey,
you, Ellen.
thanks.
Hope you're feeling better.
Yeah,
Well, I'm glad